Well, good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to see so many folks here this morning. We had 288 registered, and I know we've got a few additional folks here in the room today, as well as our presenters and our staff team. My name is Tracy Plouk. I'm the Dean of the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service here at Ohio University, and it is my privilege to welcome you to the 14th Annual State of the Region Conference for the Appalachian Region. Thank you for being here. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to network and to learn about what's working well in the region. And hopefully you can take home with you some new relationships as well as some new ideas that you can put in place in your communities. Before I introduce our next individual who will be offering a welcome, I want to give a shout out to our advisory board for today's event. Individuals representing different sectors in the region weighed in on topics that should be discussed and the overall format, as well as members of our implementation team. Those are Ohio University employees within the Voinovich School who really worked to make this happen today. So thank you to everyone who had some role in planning. I'll give him my hand. At this point, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce President Lori Stewart Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez is the 23rd president of Ohio University, and she and I actually started on the exact same day, July 1st, 2023. And she has been just a tremendous asset to this university, very approachable, very practical, and we're so excited to have her here to share welcome this morning. So I'd like to turn it over to President Gonzalez.
Good morning. Welcome to the most beautiful campus in Ohio. It's true. It's very true. Thank you. It is so great to be with you as we talk about how we can improve Appalachian Ohio. I was born in Kentucky in Appalachia, and coming to Ohio University was a little bit like coming back home. So I'm very proud to be here. I want to thank the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service. They do every day what a university is supposed to do, reaching out into the community to partner, to work together, to make our region strong. So I appreciate it. It shows what Ohio University strives to be all the time, a university that listens, that we partner, and we try to translate knowledge into a way that would improve the region and the lives of our citizens. At Ohio, our commitment to Appalachian Ohio is not just in words, it's actually in deeds. And we make sure we do that in healthcare and education in so many areas. We want to engage with partners. We want to make sure that our commitment is visible every day. We're partnering with communities on things like housing and economic development and healthcare. And we have a lot of work going on right now in the Appalachian region. We are making sure that we talk to employers across the region so that our graduates are the ones that they want to pick. For students in Appalachia, any student that goes to one of our regional institutions, the five that sort of surround John is an alumnus. He's a dedicated public service and a lifelong champion for Appalachian Ohio. He serves as the director of the Ohio Governor's Office of Appalachia, where he works at state and federal level to advance economic development, workforce alignment, and long-term investment across the region. He was appointed to this role by Governor DeWine and represents Ohio on the Appalachian Regional Commission. He's a proud graduate of Ohio University, and I hope he says that when he gets up here. And his career reflects a deep commitment to education and regional impact. He previously served as the chancellor of the Ohio Department of Higher Ed. So we really welcome John for all he does for our state, and particularly what he does for Appalachia. Thank you.
The first thing I'm going to say, I'm a proud graduate of Ohio University. So, thank you, President Gonzalez. We're so proud to have you as our president in the region. Being from the Appalachian region really helps. And you've just done a tremendous job. I do want to recognize some members of your staff. Founding Dean Mark Weinberg and Dean Plout are great advisors and great help to me personally, but also practically for the region. Mista Lippett is Executive Director of Nurse Partnership, and she and the mayors have a great impact on our region and do a great job. And then Eric Bouchard, who's a personal friend of mine from way back, is also a great advocate for the region and for Ohio University. So thank you. On behalf of Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Tressel and Director Mahalik, welcome to the State of the Region. This is the 8th State of the Region I've attended as alternate. This is last year of Governor DeWine's administration. So I just want to take a few moments to point out some important partners. First of all, when I love that the President talked about partnerships, because we're all about partnerships. Our office includes 4 people and some contract employees. So we couldn't do anything without all of you down on the ground making the difference. So we want to thank you for that. First, I want to introduce Taylor Abbott, and I'm gonna have everybody stand, but I'll have Taylor stand because he's the new director of the Ohio River Commission, which was just established by the legislature, and he is one of our up-and-coming leaders. He's going to do great things at the Ohio River Commission. So I want you, if you don't know Taylor, take a chance to take the opportunity to meet with him. I want to introduce my staff, if they'll stand. And that includes Diane, wherever she is. They're the ones that do all the detail work and all those type of things and are real advocates for the region. Madison always wants me to make sure I introduce her. And the local development districts, I can't tell you how important they are. We basically wouldn't be able to do what we do without the local development districts. We're just the partnership that we have with them and the partnership that we have with you as local governments and businesses all stems from the local development district. So would they please stand? Would everybody that's part of the local development district please stand? So there's a couple things that I want to say, and we have a busy program. So the thank you part is, I think I'm going to cover Matt Abbott here. I didn't leave Matt out. He's next after me, so I'm going to introduce him. But I want to just kind of issue a challenge. When I started this job 8 years ago, there was a lot of optimism and hope. And I don't think any of us could have foreseen the opportunities that we've had during the DeWine administration and Director Mahalik, and the challenges that we have faced, because with opportunities comes challenges. I think we've all been stretched as we do everything we can to promote our region. But over $2.2 billion has been invested in Appalachia during the DeWine administration. And that includes the $500 million for the Appalachian Community Grant Program. But we have many other projects that are invested, and that $2.2 billion just doesn't include our office, it includes just the Department of Development. There's other investments been made in the regions Ambler comes through ODNR. I'm their number one advocate to getting applications. So I'm sure they appreciate that. But so with all the opportunities that we've had to improve infrastructure, particularly to improve our communities, I want you to think about what's next, how we can take advantage of these investments. It's really important individually to have these projects and communities on their own to improve the downtown or the riverfront or the trails or the clinics. But it's important to think about how you can participate as a region. Focus on your community, but also focus on your region, and think about how you can take that investment and move it forward. And the other thing I want to talk to you about is planning. Local development districts are a great resource for planning, as well as the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. And things just don't happen. You have to be ready to seize the opportunity when it becomes available. So it may come available in next year, it may come available in 10 years from now, but if you want to have a project that you want to envision happening, you need to really start planning for it now. And the final thing is the local effort is really the most important thing. We can provide the funding, but without a champion or champions at the local level to make things happen, it doesn't happen. We can't do it in Columbus or even the local development district. So as you enjoy the day, think about those opportunities. And I know many of you already are thinking about those, but this is a great time to meet people and learn what they're doing and see how you can partner. So thank you very much for having me. I always do this. Matt Abbott is not related to Taylor Abbott, just so you know. But he's a very successful economic development professional from Muskingum County, and we are so fortunate to have him as our leader of Ohio Southeast.
Taylor Abbott can't go for my older brother. The Gray. See, there you go. So it's truly a pleasure to be with everyone today, talk a little bit about Ohio Southeast and people in this room. You know, we've all worked together and continue to work together. And I think that there's a lot of optimism in the region that we represent, the 25 counties as a network partner to Jobs Ohio, to each and every one of your communities. There's a lot of good things happening in our region. We must continue to celebrate it, lock arms, and work together in the success that we're seeing now, and the success I think is in the future and on the horizon. Last year we worked 25 projects, 825 new jobs created, and $1.6 billion in new capital investment. And that's collective with people in this group that we were able to work with to get those projects done. Since 2011, over 450 projects, over 13,000 new jobs created. Close to $16 billion in new capital investment since 2011. So from APEG to Ohio Southeast and the partnerships that we have with all of our local folks. Over $50 million has been put into site development. So speculative buildings, speculative ground, to have sites ready for businesses that are maybe here and need to grow into a bigger facility, or the attraction efforts to bring companies in to our communities to make jobs that last more sustainable over that period of time. The goal 5 years ago was to build 5 spec buildings. 12 were built. 12 spec buildings were built in the 25 county region of Appalachia, one here in Athens County, and there's only 3 that's still available. So that success works, and we're excited to partner with our local folks, our local governments, local LEDOs, but it could not be done without, you know, all of you. Jobs Ohio, the Department of Development, the Ohio River Commission, the Voinovich School, Ohio University Higher Ed, our LDDs, EODA, and all of our local port authorities and CICs that are boots on the ground and do the work every day. Thank you all for what you do and what you continue to do. And as we move forward, looking at the next 5 years and some of the goals that we set for our organization is this coordination. You know, we have a lot of entities that can do a lot of good things for our communities. We need to get better at pulling those entities together, working together, recognizing programs that each of us have that could be a tool for a small business, a large business, a community that's looking to put sidewalks in their downtown. Those questions matter. They matter in economic development. And when we're talking to companies more times, they want to know what your schools look like. You know, what's your downtowns look like? Those are questions that we received. What's my housing stock look like for my executive team, for my workforce? Those are questions that we continue to get, and I think the panels today will help with that. The other is talent. And, you know, I know a lot of folks here in this room are doing some great work in talent, but we still have 1 out of every 4 drive out of our region to go work somebody else. You know, some might see that as a negative. I see it as a positive. And I think businesses that we talk to, we see it as a positive because they're driving through a community that a business might want to locate, that we can draw them back to that company. They don't have to travel outside of our region to go to work if we can bring those jobs here. So there's 25% of our labor force that's leaving us that we can capture and bring back here. And we're excited about that. Competitive assets are always critical. Sites, building, infrastructure, you know, the work that you're doing in your communities on a daily basis. Please keep that up. The dollars that the Dwight administration has infused through Director Kerry's office, through the Department of Development, you know, has been a big bump. Economic development. We'll continue to do in our 5-year strategic plan. We meet with close to 400 companies within the 25-county region in partnership with all of our local development organizations. What's good, what's bad? You know, you're not always going to overturn a project, but you might recognize maybe some headwinds that a company's facing, and we might be able to provide them some help to sustain and keep their company growing in our region. We've seen a lot of talk about energy. And energy, I think, in our communities is what's going to make the difference. That's what sets us apart in Eastern Ohio and Southeast Ohio is energy. We have locked arms with an organization called Shale Crescent, which does a lot of data. They do a lot of business development, traveling around the world, selling our region. And they looked at Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Ohio, and West Virginia as a state. And in natural gas production, if we were a country, as a conglomerate of 3 states, we would be the 3rd highest producing natural gas country in the world in Eastern Ohio and Southeast Ohio. And that's something to continue to talk about. By 2030, we're projected as a region to supply 40% of the natural gas for the United States by 2030 in our region. We've seen announcements by SoftBank Energy in Pike County. We've seen an announcement just last week from Tenaska in Jefferson County. And we've seen an announcement about a year ago with Advanced Power to build a natural gas-fired power plant in Carroll County. Energy is a need for our communities. It's a need for the country, and it's a way for us to really move our region forward. House Bill 15 has been a great asset to us to allow those energy companies to get their permits in line in an efficient and quick manner, and it's helped us tremendously. And then nuclear. We're talking about nuclear. Centrus last year making an announcement, 300 jobs in Pike County, $1.5 billion in new capital investment. They're enriching uranium in Pike County. And Oklo, another company that's coming in, will be building small modular nuclear reactors. Energy is the difference, and that's something that we continue to tout. So we're excited of where things are headed. We're excited about the space of energy and recruitment of new companies. So we thank the Voinovich School for their leadership and Ohio University for the work that they do. And they've locked arms with us on a lot of these projects and have been very involved in Pike County, and we appreciate them for their leadership and continued service. I'm excited for the future and look forward to working with all of you. And hopefully we can continue the momentum that we have. I'm very optimistic about the region and building jobs that last here in our communities. So thank you. And I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Vicki King Maple, the Executive Director of the Ohio Mid-Eastern Governments Association. She's led economic resiliency plans, workforce priorities, educational skills gaps analysis. Vicki's experienced facilitator and presenter, and she's a good friend. So welcome, Dr. Vicki King Maple.
Well, good morning. Certainly some dynamic Appalachian leaders we've heard from already, right? My goodness. that's just even a snippet of what you're in store for today. And it's my pleasure to actually serve as the host, the MC, kind of guiding us through the daily activities. And first things first, though, we really appreciate you taking the time to be here. We appreciate you making the trip. And because we all like our numbers, at last count, you may be interested in knowing that we had 287 physical registrations and 72 joining us online. So we have a full house with at least 359 engaged economic and community development enthusiasts and Appalachian regional champions. So thank you all for being here, and give yourselves a round of applause. And applaud as much as you want to, because it's also going to keep your hands warm, right? Okay, so to prepare for our day together, first, a few just really quick housekeeping notes. First of all, the restrooms, they're located just outside the hall across from the atrium. Also, if you did drive a personal vehicle today, please ensure that it is parked in Convocation Center Garage or lot number 129, which is the innermost ring of the Convocation Center, to avoid the ticketing. A parking ticket's not exactly the takeaway that we're hoping for you today. So to that point, parking maps are available at the registration desk if you need to double check and make sure that you are in the right spot. Now also, the itinerary, the program of events, it is available online if you like to follow along. So please feel free to do so. And what you need to do to access that is simply scan the QR code there that it's on the large table tent, or visit sotr.ohio.edu. That stands for State of the Region, sotr.ohio.edu, for the schedule and the speaker biographies as well. And then I should also note that during all of our scheduled breaks, we would ask you to take a moment to visit each of our organizations and partners who are tabling in the hallway. They've got some great resources, great services to share. And then also to connect to Wi-Fi. I see some of you have your devices. You may join the Ohio University Guest Network, and no login is actually required for that. So just go in there, look for Ohio University Guest, and you should be able to click right in. And now we do have some robust panels planned, and you'll likely have questions for our speakers and the panelists. So to submit your questions during the Q&A segments, what you'll do is you're going to scan the QR code on the smaller table tent. So go ahead and take a moment to find the small table tent at the center of your table there. And what you'll do is, once you're in there, you're going to click the plus sign that you're going to find along the bottom toolbar and enter your question there. All right, so scan the QR code, click the plus sign, enter your question, and as you're in there, you're going to see some of the other questions that are already being submitted. And so if you happen to like some of those that you're seeing, you can also upvote them. So what that will do is then bump those questions up further to the top for our moderators, all right? Now, all that said, we do ask, of course, that you kindly place your cell phones and other devices on silent. That's, of course, out of respect for our speakers and presenters. And then one final note is that the conference is being recorded. Just wanted to make that awareness available, and also to let you know that the sessions will be available by the end of this week for you to rewatch or to share out. So make sure that you're on the lookout for that recording link. And then, even more importantly, we would like to provide a really special recognition and acknowledgement to our event sponsors today, as these are some really generous organizations that make it possible for us to have such a terrific day of learning and networking together. So we would ask each to rise if they are able for acknowledgement as we mention them. So first, our platinum sponsor, who is providing lunch, so of course an extra hearty thanks to them, is the Appalachian Partnership Incorporated and Appalachian Growth Capital. Thank you. Also, our gold sponsors who make our live stream possible today, Ohio Southeast and Jobs Ohio. Thank you. our silver sponsor, who's keeping us well caffeinated and sweetened up with some breakfast snacks, West Banco. And our bronze sponsors who round out the experience, we really appreciate Ohio Air Quality Development Authority, Royce Partners, and Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council. And again, we just really value their partnership, their generosity and assistance in making this day possible and a little extra special. So as we prepared now to kick off our first session, let's also take a moment to address something that you may have noticed on the screens during this morning's networking hour, and that was our Regional Success Stories slideshow. So hopefully you did catch the collection of what we're calling our points of pride, our points of progress from organizations and communities across Appalachia, maybe even seeing some of your own community and or regions highlighted. And it was scrolling as you were arriving, and then it will be back up and scrolling during the lunch and during some other networking times. But each slide features a brief description and a photo of some exemplars in the region. And we just absolutely love this new idea, this new introduction, this new addition, because we really are very proud of and really excited for all of the work that you folks are doing to make this great success happen across the region. And we encourage you to take a closer look again while you're enjoying lunch and networking. And so now it is, of course, my pleasure to kick off our first session, Building stability, housing solutions that strengthen regional economies. So I would ask you to please welcome to the stage moderator Mike Jacoby. He's the Managing Director of Economic Development at Bricker, Graydon, Wyatt, along with his panelists, Bill Beagle, Executive Director of the Ohio Housing Finance Agency, Julie Needs, the Executive Director of the Sod Center in Salem, and Brian Wagner, Chief Executive Officer of Muskingum County Community Foundation. We appreciate Mike, Bill, Jolie, and Brian bringing us building stability, housing solutions that strengthen regional economies. Welcome.
Thank you, Vicki. It's our pleasure to be here and to talk about housing. And you may think, I thought this was about jobs. And as a grizzled old economic development guy, there was a time where, as an economic development person, you said, yeah, we don't deal with housing. That's not our thing. But the reality is, some are calling it a housing crisis across the state. And there's a real competition for workers to retain the workers you've got, particularly those younger folks with options, as well as attracting new talent to the community. Housing is a critical component of that. So we're going to be talking about housing in the realm of economic development. And great. Okay. I'm just going to try to frame the issue before we get into the panel discussion. We will allow time for questions. The small table card has a QR code that you can submit your questions electronically. So, and these slides are courtesy of OFA, so thank you, Ohio Housing Finance Agency. But these are some of the big challenges of housing across the state of Ohio: rent increases, an affordability gap, and an actual shortage of units, particularly for the very low income residents. In Appalachian Ohio, some kind of unique challenges are the age of the housing stock and energy costs, which are a component of everyone's housing expenses. So those are particular challenges for our region. And then some additional factors creating kind of the supply and demand challenge in our region is that housing stock is so old, and in many cases our communities and our residents are lower income. Sometimes that housing stock just falls apart to the point that it can't be salvaged. And if you look at this, again, this is courtesy of one of OFA's housing assessments. The gray shaded counties are communities where your housing stock is actually shrinking. And look at along the Ohio River, it's particularly true along the Ohio River. And some of our biggest counties in the Appalachian region have actually lost housing stock. And some of it had to go, some of it's, making way for potential new development, but those new units need to get built. And then this is actually kind of one of my favorite slides. If you actually look at housing demand based on job creation, for every 2 new jobs, typically you need 1 new housing unit. And the data from the National Association of Realtors really only looks at like 174 metro areas. So it doesn't even get into our entire region. But the areas shaded in red are areas where the ratio of job creation to new housing units is particularly out of whack. And you can see some of our region is included in this measurement. Now, if it were non-metro areas, I think a lot of our region would be bright red. But if you look at Lawrence County, for instance, that's the Tri-County metro area there, where you've got 9 jobs created for every 1 new housing permit. Carroll County there near Canton, dark red. So there are even other signs of housing shortage that you have to look for a little bit, but in our region, it's a very real challenge. So with that kind of background, I wanted to get into, give each panelist a chance to talk a little bit about who they are, what they do, and that'll be a lead in for our questions. So Bill Beagle with OFA, if you would please take over.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me here. This is my first time to Ohio University. I grew up in the Cleveland area and live over closer to Dayton, so I don't get down to this part of the state very often. I've been here a couple times, but not to Ohio University. It's a lovely facility. So thank you for having OFA here as part of the conversation. And I joined OFA a little over a year ago after serving a number of years in the Treasurer's Office and 8 years as a state legislator in the state Senate representing the Dayton area. And in terms of OFA, we serve housing in a couple of key areas. Most importantly is we are the state agency, we're a quasi-state agency, which I won't bore you with why we're quasi, but we are the state agency who allocates the federal low-income housing tax credits on behalf of the state. And those are allocated to Ohio based on our population. And we have a couple of different programs to dole out the low-income housing tax credit. We have the 4% program, which pays for about 30% of the cost of a project. And we have our 9% low-income housing tax credit program, which pays for about 70% of an affordable housing project. So those are wildly popular. And we're actually getting ready to announce the 2026 9% low-income housing projects at our board meeting on the 3rd Thursday of this month. And so we'll be able to, both of those programs are oversubscribed. So we're able to approve 1 out of 3 to 1 out of 4 projects. So we get, for the 9% program, we got over 60 applications. We'll be able to approve 21, 22 of them this year. So there's a strong demand for our tax credit product there. We also administer the Ohio low-income housing tax credit. And Ohio is very fortunate that we have a state tax credit program that is devoted to housing. Every state participates in the federal program, but not every state has a state program. And in 2023, the General Assembly and the Governor's Office got together to create the Ohio low-income housing tax credit program. And that is oversubscribed. We probably get about 5 of those applications for every one that we can subscribe. $100 million a year we can administer. So that is one of our other programs. We also administer a number of federal funds, like the home program. We use housing trust fund dollars, and we have some other sources of money that we use to help affordable housing projects create their capital stack. That is for most of that is for new construction, but we also, to Mike's point, we also do rehabilitation. And so when it comes to the affordable housing gap that we have, which is substantial in Ohio, we have to worry about losing a product because it's reached its 15-year end of life, or its 30-year end of life, or it's fallen into disrepair. It's purchased and converted into market rate housing. So rehabilitation of units is also part of what we do, depending on the funds. Some funds can be used for that, and some funds cannot be used for that. The other way that OFA participates in the housing market is we have a first-time buyer program, and we have a mortgage lending program. You don't borrow money from OFA per se, but the lender that you use can be an OFA lender. And we use our bonding authority, our tax-exempt bonding authority. We can offer mortgage rates that are below market. 25 basis points below market or so. So those are popular programs. We also offer down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. So again, for the 12 months ended June of 2025, we did over $1.3 billion in mortgages. So we have a robust mortgage business. So we're working to get first-time home buyers, also public servants in terms of first responders and teachers, veterans. We have some programs where they're allowed to combine both the down payment assistance and the low and receive the low mortgage rates. So we're working on getting populations into home ownership, often for the first time, as well as working on the affordable housing side and building new units and rehabilitating new units, trying to keep them online. So we have a department that works to build them and construct them, and then we have another department that works on a 30-year compliance program. We're out visiting them, making sure that they are sturdy and safe, and also that they're renting to the folks who qualify for affordability. So that is, in a nutshell, where OFA fits into the conversation, and we look forward to the rest of the conversation today.
Thank you very much, Bill. Julie, if we could turn to you and tell us about the SOD Center.
Good morning. There we go. So the SOD Center is a local economic development organization. We serve the city of Salem in northern Columbiana County. My role as executive director there is, traditional economic development. And historically in our region, economic development and community development have been looked at as separate efforts, but in reality, they're deeply connected. And our organization has been planning with that in mind for the last 6+ years. And we know to grow our economy, we have to create a community where development and investment can happen, where people want to live and people want to work. So in Salem, we weren't seeing significant large-scale housing development. And in reality, we weren't seeing housing development, period. But we were seeing something that was very important, and that was significant business development and activity. We had local companies expanding. We had redevelopment opportunities. We had new investment wanting to come into our market. So we had the demand on the business side. However, our challenge was delivering those projects on time, being a community that moved at the speed of business. And it became a very apparent problem for us. And as we looked more closely, our biggest challenge was we did not have a local building department, nor do we have a building department in Columbiana County. So we were then using the State Board of Building Standards, and we were running into delayed timelines and pushbacks on permitting. We had expansion projects that were taking 6 months to get permits. This was an apparent problem that we needed to solve, and this was not necessarily a housing issue for us, but we couldn't grow housing unless we fixed the development and how development happens in our community. So we really took a good look, and this was impacting every part of development for us. So not just commercial expansion projects or industrial investment. Salem, 40% of our industry is manufacturing, and this was affecting our multifamily, our mixed-use properties, and we have a very large core historic downtown, and this was preventing development and redevelopment, including activating second and third floor living spaces that we really wanted to get under construction in order to start attracting young professionals back to our market and creating a big city feel in a small community that was affordable. So our board got together and looked at how could we potentially solve this issue, and that is how we created what is now called Elevate Building Solutions. It is a shared building department model that was designed to support multiple communities. And this model, while it was initially created to solve a commercial and industrial development issue that we had, it ultimately has created a housing momentum that we did not set out to really spur. So as we talk here in the panel today, I'll share with you how that model was created and the impact that it's made, not just in Salem, but across our region.
Thank you, Julie. We actually have a client that recently used Elevate Services, and I think they had their permits in less than 2 weeks for a commercial project, and it was really cool. And I can just tell you, seeing what's happening in Salem and just the downtown kind of resurgence, and I know you're doing industrial stuff and workforce stuff. It's really cool. And Bill, I'll mention I did some research a while ago on OFA supported housing project. Athens County actually has a lot of great examples of OFA supported, LIHTC supported projects. You would drive by these facilities and they're really nice apartments. And then I think you actually supported the rehab of the Nelsonville old high school, a building that was destined to just have to be torn down. And your tax credits were critical in saving that building and injecting a nice project into Nelsonville. And now Brian, I'll brag on Brian later, but I get to drive by the project he's going to talk about every day, and it's really cool to talk about. Brian, can you tell us about your work with the Muskingum Community Foundation?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking us to participate. And I'm sure there's folks that are thinking, what's a community foundation doing in community development? But at MCCF, we have 4 cornerstones that we work under: arts and culture, education, wellness and recreation, and economic vitality. And when we talk about economic vitality, for us, it's identifying projects that we know will support the work that's already being done with those folks in the community that are charged with bringing businesses and industries into our area. We think that every time there's a job created, there's probably 2, maybe 3 other individuals that come with them, and a spouse and a couple of children, and they're going to want wellness, recreational activities. They're going to want a diverse cultural experience and arts opportunities. They're going to want strong education. And then so that's why we feel we can support a lot of work that's being done in economic development. And the Leisure Farm was something that kind of came out of that. We had about 100 acres that was placed in a trust by Eileen Leisure when her husband Charles passed away. And Charles was a farmer as well as a prosecutor in Muskingum County. She was an educator. They had no kids. And we received this property well over 30 years ago. And we were the beneficiaries, but we were not the trustees in charge of making the decisions. And early on, there was very much interest in the location. Sam Walton from Walmart came to meet with Mrs. Leisure to possibly purchase this as to be their first site in Zanesville. And she simply asked, is it going to be a flat roof building? Or are you going to have acres of asphalt around the building? And they said, of course. And she said, I hate flat roof buildings. I won't sell. So you might as well just leave and end the meeting at that point. And as a matter of fact, there was a clause in the trust that the trustee couldn't sell property if there was going to be a flat roof building on the property. And so the first sale was actually Clay Gardens, which is a retirement community. The second sale was for Mid-Ohio to build some condominiums. And then after she passed in 99, we were able to add some other retail locations there. In 2022, the trustee decided to retire and appointed MCCF as the actual trustee and beneficiary. And that's when our work started, really. And it was good timing for us because at the time, Muskingum Growth Partnerships that MCCF was a partner with and had helped funded, Matt Abbott was still at the Port Authority at the time, and Dana Matz of the Chamber had put together a housing study. And the housing study really showed that there was a need for housing in Muskingum County across the strata, not just workforce housing, but condominiums, family homes, starter homes. And it was an opportunity for us then to begin to think about how we could maybe look at Leisure Farms as a place for workforce housing. The board had a very clear vision that we wanted to stretch the property, if you will. We really wanted to try to have something that would be very surprising for an individual maybe coming in from Columbus or one of the other 3C corridors to see this housing development. We wanted market rate housing. We wanted green space. We wanted curb streets. We wanted sidewalks. We wanted street lights. We wanted this to be a neighborhood. Certainly there's been a lot of development that's happened in our county where someone will put an asphalt road down and then build up housing around it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I live in a fine subdivision that looks like that. But we wanted to stretch and push a little bit. And maybe we weren't going to get New Albany, but maybe we could get Gahanna and a subdivision that looked like something you might find in western Licking County. So we really pushed on that. But we didn't know a lot. And I know Matt's here, and I got to give him a lot of credit because we went to the Port Authority and sat down and said, we need help figuring out how to market this property. And he was instrumental in helping us figure out what we wanted to do. We were approached by Craig Gossman and Dan Griffin. Craig is an architect. He's done some work, I think, across the state, originally from Zanesville. And Dan had done a project in Powell, and this was their vision of what they wanted to see happen on the property. This would have been 313 doors, would have been condominiums, would have been market rate housing, would have been multifamily housing as well. We were extremely excited about this. There are a few trouble spots on the property. On this design, you can kind of see in the lower left going to the top right, there's a utility right away. There's power lines that runs through there. So out of the 75 acres, we knew that would have to come out of it. We knew there was wetlands on the spot, on the property. We didn't know how much wetlands was on the property. There ended up being everything shaded in red is considered wetlands. So we went from having what we thought was 6 to 8 to 26 acres of wetlands. And out of a 76-acre piece of property, obviously that takes a big chunk out of it. So this was sort of the redesign. Again, Matt at the Port Authority was able to help us to get this work done. And then as Craig and Dan sort of exited the project, we began to work with Bobby Lepi, a realtor in the community, Kim Benacasa also. And they brought us Steve Lehman. And Steve is a developer out of Newark and has ties to Muskingum County and was able then to begin to do the work. And then the vision that we eventually ended up with is really what's there on the left. This is the D.R. Hortons is the builder. 86 properties of market rate housing. There is 12 of them already being built. It's my understanding 9 of them have been sold already. And that's just in phase 1. And then phase 2 will be started a little bit later this summer. They're moving dirt for that. Phase 3 would be in that top left corner where condominiums will go. So all told, we'll have over 100 doorways coming into the community for us, which is new, market rate housing, and we're real excited about it. And again, I really and I'm not buttering up because he's in the room. He really helped shepherd us through. Matt Abbott, when he was at our port, was a great resource to sit down and say, hey, we don't know what we don't know, so you have to help us. City of Zanesville was great as well. They were able to work with Don Mason, our mayor, and get some legislation passed, some ordinances passed to allow the development to happen. So it was a really big community effort. And once we handed it off to Steve, the work they've done, we've been very excited to see.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. We'll get into some questions now. If we have time, we'll take questions from the audience. Remember the small QR code on the little table placard will allow you to submit questions. Bill, first question is for you. I know OFA has statewide responsibilities and spends a lot of energy around tax credit supported projects. Can you talk about some of the things your agency has done to be more proactive in helping drive housing in the parts of the state that may struggle to get the attention of private developers?
Sure. We've done. We've tried to do a number of things to make sure we're reaching the entire state, and one of when I mentioned these low-income housing tax credit programs, the way by which we distribute them, the rules is called a qualified allocation plan, a QAP. That's an IRS term. We have other programs that have guidelines, and these are the things that developers pore over and have consultants work over to figure out the best plans and the best sites to conform to our rules. And so one of the things that we've done is we have opened up the process of how that rulemaking is constructed. So I think in the past, OFA could be accused of kind of creating these the rules and the requirements, and then just kind of coming down from the mountain and laying them out for everyone to see. And there were a lot of strong feelings about that and about the process. And from my legislative experience, I know that that's how some people create bills. A legislator doesn't have to tell anybody what he or she is doing. They can just drop a bill that does anything. Alternatively, you could have interested party meetings and pitch ideas and come up with something that's a little more collaborative. So with that in mind, what OFA is doing now is we've opened up the process to public comment, and there's always been some public comment required. But we work a lot harder to work with our stakeholders across the state to make sure that as many interests as can be incorporated. And of course, you're going to get diametrically opposed advice, right? So we can't please everybody. But we've tried to make that process much more public and much more open. Another thing that we do to try and make sure that underserved areas get some attention is through the use of what we call set-asides. And so the way these things work is we have certain pools like senior housing, we have general occupancy, we have certain things, so that we're giving out a little bit of money down the way, and then there's some left over at the end. And so we hold some of that back for strategic initiatives, which try to address specific housing needs that we think will have a significant impact in areas that just don't score well. So we do keep some money reserved that we can direct more at our discretion with certain reasoning, with board approval, to make sure to reach some of these areas. And one of the other so there was one set aside for strategic initiatives, which is kind of generic, and then we have one for transformative economic development set-asides. And that has to do with trying to locate housing where we've got these mega sites. And we're all familiar with where are the mega sites. A lot of logical questions about how are we going to house the people who work at these places, and how are we going to house the construction workers. I think Matt mentioned Piketon and stuff. So there's, where are these people going to be? And so we have a set-aside trying to have a requirement that 2,000 jobs have been created, and we try to direct money towards that. So that's another thing, is these things, those don't wind up in the cities, right? Those are in the outskirts. And so that's another tool that we've tried to make sure that the entire state gets attention. In the last round of our QAP, we also used the Ohio Department of Tourism geographic map that divides the state, I think, into 5 areas. And we're making sure that all 5 of those areas are going to get at least a project so that we don't wind up with a concentration of projects in whether it's the 3 Cs or somewhere else. We try to make sure that every area is going to get at least 1 or 2 projects out of fairness, because we spend a lot of our time getting yelled at by regions who feel underrepresented, and sometimes they're spot on. It's a difficult position we're in when you have such a limited resource, and there's so many areas that need housing. So we hear from them that one area only got 1 project. So by using the geographic distribution, we're trying to ensure that an entire half of the state doesn't get boxed out. An additional thing that we've done for our rural areas is use of the Ohio Housing Trust Fund, and specifically the Ohio Housing Trust Fund dollars, which are generated from real estate transactions. It's headed through the Department of Development, but they give us a big chunk of that, $10 to $15 million a year, that we use to in addition to tax credits, or sometimes in lieu of tax credits, to make projects work. And so what we've devoted the Ohio Housing Trust Fund dollars to is we've paired them with that Ohio Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program that I talked about earlier. And a lot of those are going out to rural projects. It takes a little bit more to get rural projects done. They're a little smaller in scale, so it's not generating as much revenue. It's still expensive to build. So those are a little tougher to get to pencil. And so by using Ohio Trust Fund dollars out in the country, let me say that in rural areas, along with our OLITech program, is another way that we're trying to make sure that we don't just wind up in the big cities, because that's where, if you look at things, and every state has a housing finance agency like us, but I mean, if we were to prioritize just the number of units, and it's going vertical, and it's going vertical in your big cities, and that's technically, you can make an argument that's where the dollars belong. That's where you house more people, if that's the metric. So we're trying to find a balance between that, and we'll see. We'll see if we get it right.
Yeah, well, we appreciate the proactivity to try to direct some of that to the Appalachian part of the state. And
I do have that map of the OLITech. If you, I think it's the next slide. So this is the distribution of the last 2 or 3 years of the Ohio Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. The number in the circle represents the total number of projects over the last couple of years. And so you're seeing some geographic diversity there. And as we try to distribute that, in the end, we don't solicit projects. So in the end, developers have to go somewhere and work with their communities and bring things to us. We can't, sometimes you just can't get projects in from that. If anybody can figure out how we can get projects in from certain counties, we'd love to hear that. But yeah, so that's our distribution for the OLITech program.
thank you, Bill. Julie, I know the Sod Center has a track record of success in economic development, workforce training, and downtown development. Tell us how you got into Elevate Building Solutions.
Well, it started with a very practical challenge. We were on the verge of losing some projects. We had written an economic development plan in 19 and 20 for the city of Salem, and the number one recommendation that came through all of our research was we needed a localized building department services. So we had went through many other what could be solutions. We looked at other third-party providers. They didn't fit in our small city. We weren't big enough. We didn't produce enough permits. And ultimately, when my board and I sat down, we couldn't make it pencil. In our region, communities our size could not afford to stand up and sustain a building department on their own. We decided we needed to ask a different question. How are we going to create this in a local manner, and how are we going to financially afford it? So instead of looking at it as a Salem issue, we regionalized it. So the board put together a plan for a shared model. And fortunately, our neighbors I know very well, and I sat down with the city of Columbiana, and knowing they were having some commercial challenges as well, I proposed it to them, knowing Salem was already on board, and immediately there was interest. We sat down, we had a joint committee of the whole meeting with both communities, and the Sod Center pitched the idea that the Sod Center would establish and create a third-party building department that would service both communities in its entirety. And we have been able to, that's how we started Elevate Building Solutions in July of 2023. And we started as a commercial-only building department for the cities of Salem and Columbiana. I'll share some of those numbers shortly, but what this has done has opened up tremendous development in both communities. We've seen tremendous success. We have contractors who avoided our communities. We had developers who avoided our communities, and now they want to work in our communities. It has also, while this started as a shared service that would push commercial development, housing has benefited from this. So that's how we started with shared services. It's been tremendous.
Excellent. Thank you, Julie. And Brian, can you talk a little bit about the intentionality that the Community Foundation undertook to have this match the vision of the foundation?
Yeah, we really at the foundation talk about donor intent and community need and how they work together in hand. And we really felt that the Leisure Farms, that opportunity was a spectacular opportunity for both, because the community need that was there obviously was housing, and donor intent, I think, was for, as these lots and the land was sold off, would benefit the community. And knowing that she was an educator and also active in our 4-H programs, we knew that Mrs. Leisure and her husband would probably be very excited to think about families living on the farm. And so it was a great opportunity for us to sort of finally meet in the middle, or meet the two that we always talk about between donor intent and community need. And that really helped frame the vision, the conversation at the board level, and they understood what we wanted to do and why it was important for our community.
Thank you. Bill, for a community that may not rank highly for tax credit projects, what other tools and strategies or models would you encourage communities to look at?
So for those that don't think they would score high, I guess I would, whether you qualify for tax credits or not, I guess the takeaway would be to use OFA as a resource. Tax credits are complicated, and they are complex. There are lawyers, God love them, who this is their profession, and so it can be a challenge for smaller communities and nonprofit developers to participate. And we know that factually because we know some who just it can cost 6 figures to apply for a 9% program. And if you're a nonprofit, you need to think hard about whether or not, am I going to get this award, and is it worth proceeding? So my recommendation would be to use this as a resource. We are a very available state agency. We are on Teams meetings and Zoom meetings all the time with developers and potential developers. And building capacity is one of our missions. We would love to have more developers seeking out our programs beyond just the LIHTC programs. We would love to see minority developers, rural developers. So we're always looking to build capacity. There's some examples where local CDCs can do tax credit programs. So use us as a resource, and we can, especially if you've got a project in mind, if you've got something fairly specific, we're certainly happy to have an introductory conversation. But if you have a parcel of land or specific projects in mind, then we OFA, we can't be the key to every door. We don't do market rate housing, but what we can do is work to try and get you connected. So if you have a parcel, for example, and we did have a local municipality, I think, own the land and reached out to us. And you can get them connected to the Department of Development because they have resources to lay infrastructure, which we don't do. And so have a conversation with us, and we may be able to, if not help you outright, get you connected to resources to get that parcel that's ready to be built upon. And then in 2 years, you're going to be ready to maybe contemplate one of our programs. And like I said, we do this all the time. And so if you have a plan in mind, we can give you feedback on that. But that is probably, if I had a recommendation, it would be that, because these things are so complicated. And I mentioned earlier about how we have general occupants, we have senior programs, we have a number of things that actually we don't get a lot of competition for. So there are pools that we have that when you apply for some dollars, you may have less competition, and we could steer you towards, at least historically, what may have been an underappreciated program. And maybe that's in the area of disabilities or some other things. So there may be some ways we might be able to point you to where there's some less competition. So I don't know if I've got a slide up there with our contact information. I don't know what the next, you would think I'd know my own slides, but let's see what happens next.
Well, while we're looking for the slides, Julie, can you talk about the results of Elevate Building Solutions?
Sure. So first, the shared service model, it's not just about cost. It's about building capacity in our communities. This has created an opportunity for us to deliver high quality service that really puts development in the limelight. And I guess the easiest thing to say is, I mentioned a 6-month turnaround time. We went from 6 months for permitting to an average of 6 days. We are permitting large commercial projects in a matter of 6 days, and we've maintained that average since opening our doors in July of 23 in every community that we serve. We're now serving the city of Columbiana, Salem, as well as the village of Leetonia and the village of East Palestine. In Salem, literally within the first month of opening our doors, we retained a very large project that we were on the verge of losing in Salem. It was a $15 million construction project with one of our longtime manufacturers. And there was an additional $30 million of equipment, and this was creating 50 jobs. They were going to go elsewhere because they did not have a good experience working with the Board of Building Standards. They had a small project that took almost 12 months for permitting. Luckily, I had a good working relationship with the engineer on the project, and I already knew we had submitted our applications to the Board of Building Standards to stand up our own building departments. So he gave us a few months. He gave us some time to open the doors, and that was our very first project that we had. And the best outcome has been that they've done 2 additional projects since that time. We now have buildings that are, sat empty for 20 years in our downtown that are now being redeveloped, that have activation in our 2nd and 3rd floors to help us attract those young professionals back to our market. We also, to be very clear, like I said, we did not set out to address the housing issue, but it has been a beneficial outcome because we fixed how development happened. These are just our 2025 numbers that you're seeing on the screen. In those 4 communities, we issued 190 commercial permits, and in 24 we took on residential permitting for the city of Columbiana, and in 25 we brought on the village of Latonia. We are now activating projects. We have projects now that we would have never thought that we would get. We have a senior living center that is being built right now. We have 12 villas going up in our community. There is an additional 3-story, 48-unit apartment building that goes along with that senior living center. This is also going to open up housing stock in our community. We have seniors who have stayed in their homes because they didn't want to leave Salem, but at the same time, they had nowhere to go. So this is a tremendous opportunity for us. And then if you go to the next slide, Columbiana has knocked it out of the park. If you want to talk housing, I highly recommend you call the city of Columbiana. While we have been able to, in taking over their residential permitting process, we've been able to streamline some services. We've been able to reduce some cost burden for the city themselves. In 2025, they did $13 million in residential construction. And these numbers are another benefit as for having Elevate Building Solutions and having local building departments. In Salem, we're able to track. We have a local economic development organization. In these smaller communities, they don't have somebody tracking all of those projects, nor do they know what investment is happening in their communities. We are able to provide them these numbers on an annual basis of the amount of investment, the amount of new construction, and they're able to see where they're making a difference and where they need to maybe apply other efforts. So it's been a tremendous almost 3 years, and we're looking at growing the organization because we've made a difference, and that's why we created Elevate Building Solutions, was to help our communities and to overcome barriers that were really preventing development.
Thank you, Julie. Brian, can you talk about what you learned about the development process and what makes the numbers work?
Well, short answer is leave it to you experts, and make sure that you're working with it. But I was thinking of kind of a 3 Ps kind of thing: partnerships, persistence, and patience. And we really had some great partners. I mean, I talk about Matt at the Port Authority was a great partner to work with, and pulling a lot of information together. The city of Zanesville was on board as well, Mayor Don Mason and Matt Schley. As we sat down and talked with them about what we wanted to see, we had really strong partners that were there to sort of guide us along the way and say, you may want to consider this when you're marketing this, or when you put together this marketing piece to send out, you may want to include this. Or, we'll take the marketing piece and we'll send it out to the contacts that we've got as well. And that really helped sort of get things rolling for us. From a patient's standpoint, I mean, again, we held the property for over 30 plus years. And it was looking for that right moment. And I think John mentioned it at the beginning about being ready with your plan. We didn't necessarily have a plan, but we kind of knew at some point we were going to have to develop this site. I failed to mention that the farm itself is on the north end of Maple Avenue, which is the major commercial retail corridor in Zanesville, Muskingum County. So it's actually in the city of Zanesville at the very, very north end of it. So we knew as businesses were growing out to it, eventually this was going to happen, and we needed to be prepared for that. So being patient and waiting for that right opportunity, and then persistence, sticking with our vision of we want the curb streets, we want the sidewalks, we want the light posts, we want the green space. My board got real tired of me continuing to hammer on those points, but that is what we wanted to see. And we wanted to push our community a little bit to think about and dream a little bit about what it could be and how we could arrive at that. And so that's what I'm really proud of is those aspects. Honestly, the things I learned, again, would be developing those partnerships and sitting down and talking even casually about, hey, if this became available, what could we see happen with it, or what would we need to do? And as we've done a few other things and got a few in the hopper, it's thinking about, this may happen in 7 years, but if we did it today, what would we need to have? What boxes would we need to check? And that for us has been key to being able to get this to move forward.
Yeah, and forgive me, just my background, I have to ask. So for this project, I've noticed there's a lot more density, but but it seems to be in demand. People are buying. Did I hear you say that you used tax increment financing to help with some of the infrastructure?
The city was able to, if I'm mistaken, I'm sure somebody can correct me. I do believe they were able to do a residential TIF.
Okay.
For the area to build that infrastructure. I'm going to look at Matt. Is that right? He's nodding yes. So yes, they were able to do a residential TIF, and the city did all that work. They were the ones that sat down and had that agreement and worked that out. The school district signed off on it as well. So yes, and again, it was the right time for us. A lot of the infrastructure was already there. Sewer was already run. Water was already there. Electric was on site. It was not very difficult for them to make the jump to be able to power that and get the utilities there to turn this pretty quickly.
Yeah, I know we're out of time, but I'll just make a comment. I'm familiar with the developer working in another community that actually has a couple of mega projects, and the houses are selling faster at Leisure Farms than they are selling at this other community. So you're doing something right. And it looks like we need to wrap up. Vicky, is that right? Oh, if we've got time, we've got lots of questions. Yes. Okay, I just need to make the questions pop up. Sounds easy, right? Are they popping up? Well, I know from memory there was a question about land banks and what's the role of land banks. Zanesville, again, to their credit, have used the land bank very successfully. They get the community improvement involved, the Community Improvement Corporation involved, and they're actually rehabbing a bunch of existing houses and actually selling the houses for a profit. I know that's been a driver. There was a question about NIMBYism regarding LIHTC. I know we could spend all morning talking about this.
That is an entirely different conference. Yes. So,
Okay.
So NIMBYism is real, and what OFA does is that we require control of the site, the zoning to be done, and so OFA is a little removed from the NIMBYism, but our developers can see a lot of it, and it can be challenging when you've got we were at a groundbreaking yesterday in a county for a senior a 50-unit senior apartment new construction. And we had a state representative there who's commenting, and their district covered 2 different townships. And the one township where this is located was very welcoming to this. And you go a little bit down the road to the other township, and it was like there was a fortress, and they had no interest in affordable housing whatsoever. So it is a challenge, and what we in affordable housing talk about is trying to get our legislators out to the finished product, and I think you made a comment to that earlier, Mike. When you see the quality of the construction and the amenities, it's not Taj Mahal, but you can begin to change minds when you understand that these things need to last 30 years, and so. It's our job at OFA to make sure that these buildings are built to quality and with appropriate amenities so that these things can be affordable for the next 30 years, because that's how long these things run. And so if we could get the legislators out there and decision makers out there to see the product and see these homes and the people in them, I think that will go a long way towards it. But NIMBYism is very real. It's very spotty. We have communities who are very welcoming of affordable housing and those that aren't. And it is a street by street type battle as we try to get these things located.
And we had a question. Can a developer apply for both a federal low-income housing tax credit and a state low-income housing tax credit? I presume for the same project. We can combine them.
We can combine them. at the groundbreaking yesterday, that was a comment at the senior building. It did have our 4% low-income housing tax credit for a few $100,000, but it had like $5 million of OLITech. So we can combine programs, not always, and it depends, but you can combine dollars. We can have multiple programs within any particular capital stack. I don't know that we see 9% and 4% together necessarily, but you can combine some of the LIHTC programs with some of our other programs.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. And I know, okay, let's see. Julie, I think we had a question for you. Let's see here. It's in here somewhere, but I'll just say, I know that ODOD announced the RED program, Regional Economic Development District program, opens up at the end of this week. $15 million available. You have to have housing policies that have been implemented, and you have to be within 20 miles of a mega project. But if you look at the map on the ODOD site, there's actually a big section of the state that is covered by that. And so that's a resource that can help pay for some of these needed improvements to facilitate private housing investment. We thank you, panelists, for this great information.
Thank you.
And for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Aren't you glad we're finally talking about housing, along with and in tandem with jobs and economic activity? Thank you so much. Thank you. We really appreciate Mike, Bill, Julie, and Brian, and certainly recognize the important and complex work they're doing. I was jotting down a few notes myself, and of course, being the solution strategists we are here in Appalachia, certainly some of the key takeaways from that discussion for me, thank you, Mike, were how important it is to remove those regulatory barriers. Recognizing initiatives are, of course, in place and ripe for replication. So make sure that you talk with these fine folks. And then, of course, acknowledging that, we still have work to do in order to redirect what I'm going to call a critical bottleneck, creating instead freedom in modern economic and community development to really impact our workforce retention, our business productivity, and local tax bases. So again, we thank those folks for their time. And at this time, we are going to ask you to feel free to stretch your legs for a minute and return to your seats. At 10:35, we will get right back on track here and start right in with the next session, which is a financing session. So fill your coffee cup, stretch your legs, and we'll see you back at 10:35.
If we could start making our way back to our seats, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. So if you could go ahead and start making your way back. We appreciate West Banco sponsoring the coffee. All right, we would like to welcome you back, of course, to our financing session. All right, we're settling back in, aren't we? Well, welcome back, including, of course, all of our friends who are joining us online, thanks to Ohio Southeast and Jobs Ohio. Many thanks also to our technical support team in the back, and also the Ohio University Catering for keeping us well fed today. Now, we are going to ask that you, of course, kindly make your way back to your seats as we do welcome to the stage our next panel. So if you could direct your attention up here, please, we would like to welcome to the stage Chastity Schmelzenbach. She's the Executive Director of Buckeye Hills Regional Council, and her panelists will include Hannah Baumgartel, the Strategic Program and Community Development Leader with Jobs Ohio, Tiffany Swigert, Executive Director of the Coshocton Port Authority, and Lisa Eisenberg from the Office of the Ohio Treasurer's Ohio Market Access Program. We certainly appreciate these ladies being here with us, and they are going to be discussing innovative financing strategies for regional growth. Get settled in and take it away, ladies.
Okay. Wow. Bright lights right in your face, right? Better?
Let's test this out. Okay, we're good.
Always good to start with technical difficulties. Okay, so thank you all for joining us. We're glad to continue moving forward. Very interesting housing topics, right? I know that's one that always comes up in every conversation, and we're all very interested in that. Our friends this morning have talked a lot about the investments that have been made. John Kerry talked about the billions of dollars that have been put into Appalachian Ohio. Matt Abbott talked about the exciting things that we have in our future. And then as we move and we start looking at how do we fuel the growth that we have, we're going to talk to some of our expert panelists here about some of the unique opportunities that they might have that you can take advantage of. So let's set the stage a little bit. So you heard us mention TIFs and JEDs and some of those tools that are effectively used out there for economic development for a variety of things. So I want you to take a look for a moment at how Appalachia stacks up. This has been our history thus far. So JEDs, when you look at out of 142 of them in the state, only 26 are in Appalachia. TIFs are kind of the same. If you take a look, the dense TIFs are blue. Many of our counties are underrepresented or not represented at all. Those numbers look like out of 2,847 TIFs across the state, only 273 are here in Appalachia. Let's talk about our infrastructure. Not only do we not use a lot of those tools that are available to us, we're a little behind in infrastructure in some cases as well. So you can see that, we've been doing a lot of work in broadband. We still have a lot of work to do. Again, here you can see where things have started to progress. In this case, the blue and the purple are coming up to those speeds in which we need. So you see that we're starting to proliferate with some of those items, but it is taking time. Cell coverage. How many of you find dead spots when you drive, right? Over the hills, through the woods, and no cell phone service do we have. Electric transmission. This is really something that people don't think about, but the amount of wattage that can move across those transmission lines really matters when we're talking about economic development. And as you can see, the red and the orange are those most robust lines. And again, those are rather few and far between. So this sets the stage really for the work that we need to do between our infrastructure and our underutilization of tools available to us. We need to start thinking a little bit differently and moving in a little bit different directions to get these things done. Water. That's always everybody's favorite one. I know when we run our infrastructure programs at the development district, everybody wants water. Nobody wants to be forced to have sanitary sewer, but they all want water. So we are doing a fair amount of headway in that regard, but there's still more work to do. As we transition into the opportunities that await us, there's some new tools and some old tools. You'll see opportunity zones. How many of you are familiar with an opportunity zone? Good. So Opportunity Zone 1.0, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this because the program is in shift. Those started in 2018, and we had a fair amount of locations in 1.0, but we didn't have a whole lot of investment. As we move into 2.0, you'll see that there are some changes to that program. So as 1.0 closes out at the end of 2028, and 2.0 begins in the beginning of 2027, a lot of important conversations need to happen in your communities, at your county level, and within the region to help discuss with the state of Ohio what we'd like to see out of this program. You know, obviously, like everything else, there's eligibility parameters, but it's really going to be the responsibility of the state to define which of these zones or census tracts are going to be important to our investments coming in the future. So I just say that to encourage you all to be part of those conversations. And here's what happened in the last round and what we expect to happen in the new. So I just kind of give you a bit of a visual for that. The green areas are opportunity zones that were designated in the last round, but will expire in 2028. They are not being redesignated. They don't even meet the criteria, so to speak, that has been laid out in the new 2.0. The very dark blue do. So that's kind of how the opportunity zones are looking to shift as far as eligibility. What the state of Ohio will actually decide to prioritize is still up for grabs. Here's the important part of this that I think you really need to look at. Out of 220 tracks in 1.0, only 108 had investment in them in this length of time. 45 additional tracks that were not in an opportunity zone also had investment. So is it a deal breaker? No, it's another tool in the toolbox. And that's what we need to remember. The other thing is not all tracks were created equal with that investment. As you'll see here, $1.4 billion of the investment went into just 9 of those tracks. So we say all this just to kind of bring you back to being part of that conversation and understanding that we have a variety of tools, whether you're using a TIF, whether you're using a JED, which are more traditional, whether you've started looking into incentivizations with opportunity zones to try to attract investment or what have you. And as we move, we have a great panel and they have some great ideas. And so we're going to kick that off with Lisa telling us a little bit about the Ohio Market Access Program. She's with the Treasurer's Office. Lisa?
Thank you, Chastity. My name is Lisa Eisenberg. I'm the Senior Director of Debt Management in the Ohio Treasurer's Office. And most of my day-to-day responsibilities revolve around issuance and management of the state's municipal bond portfolio. But one of the programs that my team administers, and I'm heavily involved in day-to-day, is the Ohio Market Access Program. It is a credit enhancement program for local governments issuing bond anticipation notes or 1 year or shorter short-term debt for any purpose. So most governments around the state that use bond anticipation notes might use them to fund infrastructure projects, police and fire vehicle purchases, water and sewer projects, acquisition or development of land, anything that's permissible by statute. And the value add for this program is that we use the power of the state treasury and the state's balance sheet and essentially put that behind the local government debt offering. So in addition to entering the capital markets and issuing this bond anticipation note, either unrated or with just the rating of the issuing entity, the state of Ohio and the state treasury is standing behind that. The program is rated SP1+, which is the highest short-term credit rating. And by having this high short-term credit rating, that unlocks capital that otherwise might not come and participate in a debt offering. Investors really like that short-term rating. They really like this program. It's been operational for over a decade now, and we've never, ever had to actually come in and step in behind a local government note. Ohio local governments, as you all know in this room, are generally responsible, good financial stewards of their treasuries. And the backstop and the weight of the treasury behind this borrowing is that should a community be unable to repay or refinance their note at the time it's due, the treasurer's office has made a pledge or a promise in the form of a standby note purchase agreement to purchase that debt from the existing investor and prevent a default in the capital markets. So it's a really powerful tool. And the map that we have up here is from our annual report and shows the density of transactions over the life of the program and where our deals have taken place. There's no minimum or maximum requirement. There's no geographical requirement as long as you are able to issue these notes under Ohio Revised Code section that applies, you're able to participate. And so in similar vein to some of the other maps that we were just looking at earlier, there's opportunity for the program to support additional projects here in this region. And we would love to do so. But like Bill mentioned earlier on his panel, we don't necessarily seek out or source projects. We just receive the applications that come to us. So getting to talk to you all and educate you all about the program today is really exciting.
Thank you, Lisa. And as you can see, according to that map, another opportunity for us to utilize new programming. So now I think we're just going to switch into more conversational. We have Hannah with us from Jobs Ohio. And Hannah, would you like to tell us a little bit about some of the programs that we can see from Jobs Ohio, both for communities and business?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Hannah Baumgartel. I'm the Senior Program Manager for our Small Business and Community Programs at Jobs Ohio. And for those that are unaware, Jobs Ohio is the state's private economic development organization where we're focused on driving job creation and capital investment through those investments. I've been at Jobs Ohio now for 5 years, and before that, I was at Project Rise, which is a workforce development program here at Athens Meg's ESC, and I'm very familiar with the Appalachian part of the state since I graduated from Ohio University twice with my bachelor's and master's as well, so I'm glad to be home. As for our programs at Jobs Ohio, traditionally when Jobs Ohio was first stood up, we were really more invested in those traditional economic development incentives that are for those larger projects that you often hear of, like the Jobies, the Hondas, the Intels, all of those large projects. But when our new president and CEO came on board in 2019, he did a listening tour around the state and heard that there was those incentives were great, but they weren't reaching every part of the state. And so that was when Jobs Ohio 2.0 was created, and there was small business and community programs that were formed. We'll talk about both today, but want to just make sure that I'll briefly mention some other ones too throughout today, but feel free to reach out afterwards if you want more information. The Small Business Grant Program was created in 2019. This is specifically for those small businesses that are in our 10 sectors. So thinking things like manufacturing, IT, healthcare, those types of sectors, have at least $100,000 in annual revenue and then have been in existence for at least a year. The final thing is that those projects need to have making a lasting impact with their business by creating at least a 10% job growth. So because we're so new to the small business ecosystem, we've created partnerships throughout the state to help provide a more wraparound small business ecosystem partnership. So we have partnerships with people like Lightship Foundation that host 2.5-day boot camps around the state, as well as Aileron in Tip City, Ohio, that is more of a professional management 12-month engagement as well. For our Vibrant Community Program, this is a program for eligible communities around the state. We have about 388 eligible communities, and how you're eligible is that you have to have under 75,000 population and at or above the state poverty rate, which right now is 13.2%. So there's a significant number of communities in Southeast Ohio that are eligible for that program. And really what we're looking for within this program is a catalytic investment in those small to mid-sized communities that's really going to drive further investment. That's a grant that's up to $1 million. And the biggest piece is that there has to be 30% anchor tenant in that project. So thinking things like that are still going to have that lasting impact, which are, office tenants, things like that, that are going to create those lasting jobs downtown. But really these programs were designed to help Ohio's competitive advantage and build, grow, and thrive while we're doing that.
Very good. Thank you, Hannah. So now we're going to shift just a little bit from hearing about a variety of programs. We're going to talk with Tiffany a little bit about how Coshocton County has utilized several of these programs to do a couple of pretty significant projects.
Good morning, and thank you. Happy to be here today. Try that again. Can you hear me now? Okay, wonderful. Good morning. My name is Tiffany Swigert. I'm the Executive Director for the Coshocton Port Authority, and we serve as the Economic Development Office for really our entire community. So we serve our county, we serve our townships, our villages, and of course our city of Coshocton as well. We really have been fortunate over the last few years to be able to do a couple really exciting bigger projects in our community, and they're both very different from each other. So I'll quickly kind of update you on those. One is the Coshocton Collaborative, and the Coshocton Collaborative is really a phenomenal project that took a building that's about 24,000 square feet, 3 stories. We turned it into a complete hub for entrepreneurship. It has a business incubator, 2 floors of business incubation space, which is completely full today. We have 2 co-working locations and a maker space that focuses on a wood shop and then also a textile center. We've been up and operational now for a year, which is very exciting because now we're starting to see those business incubation, efforts really go out into our community and be put to work. So that's one of the exciting projects that we've been working on. But also we have a very different project with a former coal-fired power plant that is currently being remediated, and that is in a village of Conesville, right outside of that Franklin Township. That has about 2,400 acres. Of that, there's about 850 that are developable. And so we've been working very hard with the development partner, the Frontier Group of Companies, to create the Conesville Industrial Park. And we're happy to say that 200 acres has now been anchored by our first tenant, and that is a data center. And so we'll talk a little bit about the infrastructure needs there and what we've done to fill that gap.
Very good, Tiffany. And I know that as you've built some of these, you've really looked at how can developers and businesses moving into your area really be a good community steward or a good community partner. Lots of negotiation there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the first thing is just open communication and to not be afraid to make the ask. These developers are wanting to put a stake in our community, and we want them to be good neighbors. And so through conversation, we talk about what it means to have them there, the impacts, good and bad. And then we talk about what our needs are as a community. And if those needs don't get filled, what the ultimate gap is for them as a business and as a developer. And so through some of those really transparent conversations, we've been able to do some really creative things with our TIF, our tax increment financing structure. We've also been able to do some really creative things with our JED, our Joint Economic Development Districts, and creating project funds that are essential for our community to be able to locate local match. So many times we've got a grant in front of us that we could step into for critical infrastructure, workforce development, but almost always it requires local match. And then we're kind of scrambling, going, where are we going to come up with these dollars? And so through some creativity, we've been able to put 10% of our JED funds directly into a project fund that helps us with local match dollars.
Nice. So, Lisa, technical assistance. You did say that the state would like, the Treasurer's Office would like to talk with people to tell them how to take advantage of their program. So how exactly do they do that?
Well, I would first suggest you take a quick picture of the slide that is displayed around the room and send me an email. We really love to field questions, not just for projects that might be a fit for the Ohio Market Access Program, but also ways that we can help to facilitate or introduce you to other state agencies that might offer complementing programs to help fill out your capital stack. We've got great working relationships with our partners at the Ohio Department of Transportation, particularly the State Infrastructure Bank Program, and at the Ohio Department of Development, of which I know a number of staff are in attendance today. One of the programs is a partnership that they run with the Treasurer's Office. And so we work together with other state agencies to do our best to try and help find the best program that's going to offer the best source of capital at the best rate or with the most favorable terms to the project's needs. And so obviously, being biased from the Treasurer's Office, we want to help where we can with the Ohio Market Access Program, but sometimes debt issuance might not be the right fit for a project. And so in that case, I do my best to try and refer and help facilitate the relationship with the other state parties. In addition to those two agencies, I know the Ohio Public Works Commission and the Ohio Water Development Authority also offer a number of different types of loan programs, also oriented for infrastructure development. So when considering the different projects or proposed developments, the state programs, including the Treasurer's Office, sponsored ones, stand ready and willing to help and to help find the best match for you too.
Very good. And Hannah, I know that Jobs Ohio has a very robust staff, both at your level and also in the Ohio Southeast partners. How do we get technical assistance from you?
Yeah, so there's actually two opportunities. One within our Jobs Ohio community strategy, we have the pre-project planning grant that is up for technical assistance for a vibrant community project. So this is going to be a project that's usually in a downtown area that you're looking to redevelop, but maybe you don't know what the building is going to be used for, if it's even savable. We would be able to come in and support that up to 50% of the cost, and just the hope that it'll eventually become a vibrant community grant. It doesn't have to become a vibrant community grant, but it's just something that we offer because we realize that small and mid-sized communities don't always have that capital needed to do those types of pre-project planning. Additionally, the Ohio Southeast team helps administer and manage the Opportunity Appalachia funds as well.
Very good. And Tiffany, locally, how do people that are interested in maybe doing a development or bringing something to town, how do they get some technical assistance from your group?
Yeah, we certainly work with our community partners. We encourage them to come to us. What whatever stage they may be in their development. So it might be as simple as an idea, might be a little bit more established, and they're looking to take their business into a new market or expand into a new location. And it's kind of an honor to be able to sit down with them at the table and walk through that. Personal relationships are so important because we're there to, in a very kind way, help guide them, but also poke holes in it, because it's a safe place for us to poke holes in versus them already be up and operating. And so we do offer that assistance, but truthfully, we are a conduit. We really also bring our local development districts, we bring Omega to the table. For some of our larger and smaller projects, we bring our partners at Ohio Southeast and Jobs Ohio to the table. And I think that's where the importance of BR&E structures are so important. Getting out there, sitting at a table, understanding your businesses so that when they have a challenge, they're comfortable calling you. When they have a success and they're excited to celebrate it, they're also comfortable calling you. So we do certainly offer it, but we pride ourselves in being a conduit as well and bringing the right people to the table too.
Great. And so go ahead and tell, for those of us in the audience that don't really understand what a BR&E is.
Yeah. Business retention and expansion visits. And so I should be hearing some hooting and hollering from my Ohio Southeast partners over there. You know, we actually kind of call them partnership visits just in general with our community when we engage them. But we have a standing meeting every month where we go into our different businesses, large and small, sit down at the table with them, converse, ask questions. They get a chance to hear about some of the great projects, the programs that are coming down the line from our region, our state, and our federal government. And really, more than anything, it's just an open line of communication, so they're comfortable calling us, and we're comfortable reaching out to them.
Great. So I believe this will probably be mostly for you, Hannah. Beyond big business, large manufacturing, and resource extraction, what other rural and small community economies are being focused on?
Yeah, so I think specifically for vibrant communities, like I said, we have the Vibrant Community Program that serves the 388 communities that are eligible this year. We do update those lists every year. So once the new data comes out for the 5-year average, there will be a new list of eligible communities. So if you're not on that list now, make sure to stay tuned next January to see if the list or poverty rates have changed at all. I think for rural communities, that is at least the program that Jobs Ohio has right now to really invest in those communities. And I think that goes beyond even just the large companies, because out of the 39 projects that we've invested in across the state, every single one of them, except for one, were local developers. So these are developers that are either homegrown in that community that's decided to give back and redevelop a portion of their downtown, or they're people that moved there 12, 15 years ago and wanted to, again, give back and reinvest in someplace that was home to them. So I think that is really the biggest tool and incentive that Jobs Ohio has to offer for rural communities. I think the other thing, too, that we often overlook is just because it's a community grant, it doesn't mean that it's not also servicing the small businesses in the region, because it has the 30% anchor tenant qualification. The main floor of these vibrant community projects could be retail, small business space. Second floor, think of as an office space, and then third floor could be housing. So it really can hit on all of the topics that we've talked about today and the rest of the day as well. Great. So we do have a couple of questions coming in from the audience, so feel free to continue to submit those. Is tourism seen as a job or economic growth? So Hannah, you want to try to take a stab at that from Jobs Ohio's perspective, and then we'll go on down our panel. So from a Jobs Ohio perspective, when we're looking at making investments in projects, tourism is kind of hard for us to calculate and invest in from a Jobs Ohio direct dollars perspective. But I think, again, I don't want to reiterate, but the Vibrant Community Grant can do this by offering, if there is something that's going on I'll use Logan as an example because I lived there for 6 years. But we know that Hocking Hills has that tourism piece. And if there is a need in your community that is more linked to tourism, that you need this office space to help give back to the tourists in your community, we can definitely make that work. And that's a conversation that we can have specifically around the Vibrant Community program.
Tiffany, what's your take?
Yeah, I kind of want to back up just a little bit and thank Hannah and the Jobs Ohio team. So the Coshocton Collaborative was a recipient of Vibrant Communities dollars, and they really were kind of one of the first in on that. And we were so excited because we were able to use that as leverage and to complete our project with Appalachia Community Grant Program funds. And so it's a great example of how we were able to take support from Vibrant Communities, Jobs Ohio, and really create a space where now our local businesses and even some of our tourism businesses can really incubate in that space and grow. And so it's a great example of how that program has worked in our community and could work for yours as well. So, and then, in regards to tourism, it is actually a big industry. It's a big economic contributor to Coshocton County. We've got 3 beautiful rivers that run right through. We have historic Roscoe Village. We're really thankful for our tourism partners, and we do try hard to support them in the ways that we can. So.
And Lisa, you have a program at the Treasurer's Office called Buckeye Business Advantage. I think this is a great time to tell us about it.
We do. And I did not give you slides for the deck, but I want to make sure that I share this with everybody correctly. So the Treasurer's Office has a number of linked deposit programs. That's an umbrella term for a program at the Treasurer's Office where the state places a deposit as an investment vehicle at a below market rate with financial institutions around the state. In exchange for us receiving a below market rate on the Treasurer's Office investments, the kind of difference between the market rate and the rate that we're being paid on our investments at the state is passed on to the recipient of the loan issued by the financial institution. So this can result in pretty significant savings. As Ohio taxpayers, don't worry, this isn't all investments in the state treasury, just a small portion that's dedicated for this program. But we've got a couple different programs, one being Buckeye Business Advantage, where the loans issued by these financial institutions are meant to target a specific need. And so Buckeye Business Advantage is for business owners that are headquartered here in Ohio, and we provide the help the financial institutions provide the low-cost loans. So local banking and credit union partners would administer these, and the Treasurer's Office would be in the back end, very similar to what OFA spoke about earlier with the first-time homebuyer and other assistance programs, where the state agency kind of sits on the back end and the financial institution is who might interface with the end customer. And the Buckeye Business Advantage is eligible for businesses that are headquartered here in Ohio. They've got to have at least 51% of their operations here in Ohio. And it's for small businesses too. The number of employees must be less than 150, including full-time and part-time, and it must be a for-profit entity. So the Buckeye Business Advantage program is really targeted to help jumpstart small business loans and small business lending, and to be a part of the capital stack for those small businesses around the state, looking to make investments in their infrastructure, expand their operations, whatever that might be.
Very good. So we talk a lot about the capital stack to actually get the project done. That's a great example of something that can help you bring those businesses and give them some support on the back end too, because I think it's very important as we think about these developments. We think about how do they get built out. It's not just one company that's coming. It may be a collaborative, such as Tiffany's talking about, of small businesses. It may also be a whole supply chain that needs to follow that big investment. So it's important, I think, that we all are aware of a gamut of programs to help a variety of our partners. So sometimes you need a lot of technical expertise, even beyond just what an agency can provide or one entity can provide. So sometimes I think you need a few of those professional services. And I'm going to give our panelists an opportunity to talk about areas within these programs where you may have to actually solicit some professional service. So Lisa, you want to start out?
Sure. So by a show of hands, if you're a representative of local government, have you ever issued debt before? I see a couple of hands, maybe 5 or less. Okay. Did you have to hire like a whole bunch of external providers to help you get it done? Lawyers, advisors, bankers? I see 1 or 2 heads nodding. Yes. So, one of the tools in the toolbox, issuing debt or issuing notes, requires a lot of partnership due to the nature of the securities offering and oftentimes a publicly marketed investment. The expertise of an external bond counsel is required. That a bond counsel is a specialized law firm that provides expertise in securities law, tax law, and Ohio public finance laws. They offer legal opinions and help you draft all the documents that you would need for cities to pass resolutions authorizing the debt or draft and approving ordinance and allowing the finance director to take actions required. You also would most likely need a bond trustee, so somebody to actually serve as the intermediary between an entity making their principal and interest payments, and then the bond trustee would help funnel that to the investors that actually purchase that debt. You might also need an investment bank or a firm whose job it is to source an investor or somebody to purchase your debt offering. So the list can keep going, but the long and short of it is that this is a very specialized pool of services. And the beauty of the Ohio Market Access Program is that participants choose their own transaction teams. They run the deals themselves and then just leverage our strong credit rating and the strength of the state treasury. But it can be daunting sometimes, especially if it's your first time or you might not have done a debt issuance for a while, to put together that team of professionals. So again, I would encourage you, take down my email, reach out to me. I am happy to connect you with the folks around the state that specialize in local government financing. And even if you're not interested in OMAP, but you might be interested in another form of bonding or debt issuance to help try and capture some of the other economic development tools like the ones that Tiffany mentioned earlier. All of these are little small subspecialties and niches of expertise with a lot of the law firms around the state, some financial advisors, and I would be happy to help refer you or point you in the right direction as far as the private sector folks go, as well as the public sector folks. So again, this is not like an official endorsement of any firms, but happy to help orient you in the right direction, because I know it can be really hard to find experts in these really niche areas of public finance.
All right, Tiffany, give us the rundown. How did you have to use professional services?
Oh gosh, well, first I kind of chuckled when you said the experts on stage, because I certainly wouldn't call myself that. What I will tell you is that we know the right people. And so we have been really fortunate to be able to work with an incredible team at Bricker, Graydon Wyatt on a menu of different programs. And so as economic developers, we're really blessed here in the state of Ohio to have a pretty expansive toolkit. But capacity-wise, we can't be experts in all of those. And so we do certainly reach out to professionals. We've done that before on different programs, most recently our TIF. We've worked with them on our JED establishments and our expansions to benefit our community. And what they might tell you is it doesn't have to be cookie cutter, right? I mean, I've probably made them pull their hair out a couple of times saying, hey, I like that, but can you make it work more for our community? and also still be agreeable to the developer. And they've been really successful in that. So we're thankful that we know the right people. But I would also say, here in this room today, events like this are so important because I can pick up the phone and call any of my neighboring counties, any of the counties that we work with, and say, hey, I think I remember you utilizing a program like this. Will you tell me your best practices? Will you tell me the things that you wish you knew then? And surely they share every time. So I'm really thankful for that as well.
Hannah, Jobs Ohio, what are the projects that you see? What are the types of professional services that really have to come from the outside?
Yeah, so that's really where our pre-project planning grant comes in, that $50,000 up to 50% of the cost of the project. Those are specifically for projects that could be potential vibrant community projects. But to Tiffany's point, there's a lot out there for some of these larger vibrant community projects where they don't know where to turn. And that's really where this program comes in, is maybe it's building out the capital stack and you're not sure how to put all these tools and resources together to build a full capital stack. We can come in and support that, those professional services with the pre-project planning grant. So we do have also a list of vendors and professional services that we've used previously for the 50+ projects that we've done for pre-project planning across the state. But that's really where we see professional services being used for these types of programs. Other than that, I would say, for vibrant communities, as you're working on your application or your project, just make sure to utilize and use your project managers and your partners at Ohio Southeast. They're really, the next level of support that you can get in this region, where they're going to help you make sure that the project's going to work for your community and make sure that you have all the documentation before you even, have a meeting with us at Jobs Ohio. They're going to set you up for success.
Thanks, Hannah. And I think it brings up a very important point. The old adage of if you fail to plan, then you're planning to fail, right? So environmental reviews, all those sorts of technical, structural inventories, all the kinds of things that you have to put together in addition to all of, the legal documents and those sorts of things are really hard to find dollars for. And Hannah just gave you a little tip as to where you can find some of those. And I think Tiffany came up with a very creative solution with how they use their JED in order to do those. Trying to find those dollars, that's one of the problems that we try to solve every day in my shop because there just aren't that many. But I think that we've seen the proof. In the Appalachian Community Grant Program, the state wisely said, let's take a year of planning and set some of those dollars aside. And the dividends that we have seen from those plans, I think, have been speaking for themselves. As we look at some of these investments, Tiffany cited it, Let Her Finish, the community collaborative. So let's answer a few more questions here from our audience. Is Jobs Ohio only focused on creating jobs, or do they have any support programs for supporting or retaining jobs?
So as a part of almost every Jobs Ohio program, there is the retention piece. So unless it's an attraction program or attraction project where you're bringing new jobs to the state, we're always going to ask that you're retaining the people that you already currently have, but there is always going to be a job creation metric as well held to your project. So yes, and for both retained and created. I would say specifically for vibrant communities, we're not as, it's obviously important that we want to create and retain jobs downtown, but it's not necessarily the driver of the program. So for example, if you're only creating and retaining a total of 8 jobs, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be eligible for a $750,000 vibrant community grant. So just because your job metrics might be low for that program, it doesn't mean that you're counted out. So we're not using the same traditional economic development formulas that I I think some of our other projects teams use. So just keep that in mind as you're thinking about those types of projects. The other program too that I'll mention that our other team at Jobs Ohio works on, our site team, has the Ohio Site Inventory Program, which does not have any job metrics tied to it at all. It really is a speculative building for more industrial use. So you're building a building in hopes that it will be filled, that Matt Abbott mentioned earlier. So that is another program that doesn't necessarily require created and retained jobs.
Can I also add real quickly, going back to the Buckeye Business Advantage Program, businesses are eligible to either help create new jobs or purely for retaining existing jobs. So there is no requirement for the Buckeye Business Advantage Program there. So that could be a good complement to some of the programs Hannah mentioned.
So here's also another question from our audience. Are there any programs currently in place for healthcare assistance in the Appalachian communities? Healthcare accessibility is often one of the barriers to starting a small business due to the cost. So do any of your programs help with the cost of providing employees your healthcare? It's a tough one.
I don't think so, but I can find out.
I can also, I know that this group isn't going to be back together next week when I have probably done my research on this question, but it's an important one. Let me think about it.
I will say, I know our Chamber of Commerce does have some creative solutions for small employers that can offer health benefits, like for 1 to 2 people. So you may want to check with your local chambers of commerce to see if they have options as well. But
It's a good point, Tiffany. And I also saw something that we got from the Ohio Chamber of Commerce indicating the same, that they have a group rate available there as well. So it sounds like maybe some of the different associations or collaboratives might be able to help you out on that one. We also have one asking for the data from our slide deck earlier. You will be able to find the slide deck, including that in the website once we've concluded. So you should be able to find that there as well. Okay, so let's talk about some of those difficult conversations in communities. And Tiffany, we're going to concentrate a little bit on data centers.
I'm thankful I didn't get the gasp earlier when I said data center and 200 acres. The conversations are difficult, but what I would say is good planning gives you a site that you can be really, really confident in, and we are confident in our site. I think that data centers do not make sense everywhere. It should not be a cookie cutter opinion in regards to how you feel about it, because some sites make a ton of sense, others it doesn't make sense at all. And so we are fortunate on our site, it does make a ton of sense, and with them being our first stakeholder there, they're kicking the floodgates open for other industries to come into that site, and through some creative cooperative and development agreements with them, there's an understanding that they'll be the only one there. But my other industries get to benefit from the current infrastructure that's being ran to that site. So it's really a win-win.
So tell us a little bit about the description of that site. How big is it? How long did this project take you from the time that you really thought about trying to develop that site?
Yeah, so in 2019 was the announcement of the decommissioning of the site. To be honest, we knew it was coming. The AEP had been kind of transparent with us that really that site had outlived its useful life. And they were really good stewards of the employees there and of our community during that time. So we immediately, to be honest, got fearful because we had seen the writing on the wall from the decade prior of industrial closures. But thankfully, there are developers out there that specialize in brownfield remediation, and especially ones with an enormous amount of power to them. And so this particular developer, Frontier Group of Companies, has been a wonderful partner to our community. We have had the opportunity to have some very transparent conversations with them about the fact that, we just don't want all of our eggs in one basket. This needs to be a diverse site for our community, for our region, and for our state. And they've honored that. And then, so it's a 2,400 acre site right off of State Route 16. And typically I would say, there's no way you can develop 1,000 acres of this, but the developers can. They have a proven portfolio of being able to do that. And so right now I've got about 850 that are on schedule to be developed really by 2028. And there's not a doubt in my mind that will continue with our infrastructure expansion. We were really fortunate to be able to get All Ohio Future Fund dollars to help create 7 miles worth of infrastructure from the city of Coshocton to the Franklin Township Conesville Industrial Site. And again, it's going to open up a tremendous opportunity really for our region. The beautiful part of that is through some difficult conversations with the company, us being firm and being able to say, we know the site that we have has value to you. We need you to also value our community. And with that comes a school compensation agreement that makes sure my schools have the ability to train your future workforce, and then they get to stay here. But you can't do that without conversation and bold asks.
So how do you deal when everybody wants to know all the details of all the deal before it's really inked? I'm going to ask her a lot of the hard questions today. How do you get around that?
I mean, a great sense of humor for one. So you'll hear me regularly say, well, you know, if I told you I'd have to kill you, which is ironic because my husband's a probation officer. So, but, you know, truthfully, we explain in great detail to our community every chance that we get that the Port Authority was established to be able to be a critical support for businesses. And what that means is that we are asked to sign NDAs and confidentiality agreements. And you will always have some that, you know, say, oh yeah, you just work behind closed doors. When you turn that around and say, well, would you want your neighbor to know all of your personal business before you're ready to put it out on Facebook or social media? All of a sudden it becomes real to them that you don't want to give away a competitive advantage. You want these guys to feel comfortable in your community, and we are the right entity to do that. And thankfully, we've worked really hard the last 9 years to build the personal relationships where, you know, for the most part, we're largely trusted in our community because they know us. We try really hard to be everywhere. So
we do have a question from the audience. Is the county ready to handle the environmental impacts of a data center? What is the plan for wastewater or other byproducts?
Well, we might need a whole nother session on this conversation, right? But that being said, like I am here, I'm going to be here for the remainder of the day. I certainly know that this is a hot topic. What I will tell you is this data center in particular very much takes environmental sustainability at the heart, and we've had some very tough conversations about it. That being said, it was also a coal-fired power plant previous. And so it's hard, you know, when you're explaining this, one, I'm the boots on the ground cheerleader for this development. So I also have to be comfortable in my answers. And so I make sure that the company provides me with truthful answers so that I can duplicate that. But my information is up there. You're welcome to reach out. If not, we'll probably have to take this into another session on another day.
Yep, there could be a whole session just on data centers.
Yeah.
All right, so let's segue a little bit into some other programming. Lisa, I know that you mentioned in our earlier conversations that you also have some agricultural programs.
Yes. Yes. So, there it goes. All right. So very similar, to the Buckeye Business Advantage program is their AgLink program. It works very similarly with that below market deposit that I mentioned. And what we see oftentimes is that these link deposit programs can offer up to 3% of interest rate savings to folks on loans that they might get from their local partners, which, as you in this room know, that 3% savings is real dollars, particularly in today's interest rate environment. So I would encourage you to reach out to myself, your local finance institutions, banks and credit unions to see if these programs are available. The AgLink program is oriented to agribusinesses throughout the state. And the constraint on the link deposit or AgLink loans is that the loan money must be used for agricultural purposes. So this could be any number of things in terms of what might be needed in terms of resources, tools, machinery, equipment, feeds, whatever it might be to help run the agribusiness. And even though it's not what you asked about, Chastity, I'm also going to highlight the state's Treasurer's Office's Star Ohio program, which is a local government investment pool. So it functions very similar to a money market fund and is a great investment tool for local governments looking to invest, maybe your state treasury, or excuse me, your local government's treasury, your general fund, or other funds as well. So oftentimes, we offer more competitive interest rates than banks or other financial institutions might. We manage it and run it ourselves here at the state, and we're trying to work really hard as best we can using the state treasury and the tools at our disposal to help further businesses' local investment, reduce interest cost burdens, increase interest income, and reduce debt expenses however we can. So the AgLink program is another great one and may be applicable to you or certain businesses in your region as well.
Very good. And Hannah, I'm going to toss it back to you. Are there any other Jobs Ohio programs that you'd like to talk to us about?
I think I hit on the majority of them. The OSIP program, Vibrant Communities, pre-project planning, and then obviously the small business grant. One that I did glaze over, though, is we have these partnerships that I mentioned with Lightship Foundation, Think Moda, and Aileron that we've really created as a continuum for small business support as small businesses continue to grow in Ohio. When we created the small business grant about 6 years ago now, we realized that as we were very new to the ecosystem, there's a lot of other partners throughout the state that have been doing small business support for much longer than we have. So what could we partner with? Who could we partner with around the state to really make sure that small businesses have those wraparound services? So Lightship Foundation is a 2.5-day boot camp for small businesses really trying to get started. So if there's a company that's under that $100,000 mark that's not eligible for a small business grant yet, definitely suggest a Lightship boot camp to them. We have 8 of them across the state this year. And then the Think Moda program is a continuous 6-week program after the boot camp that really helps them on an individual level. So making sure that those companies and businesses understand their financials inside and out, because I think that's the biggest thing that we're seeing as a hurdle when it comes to the small business grant is completely understanding your financials, knowing what you can take on as a project. So having that understanding on an early level from the boot camp and the Think Moda programs has been a tremendous help. And then finally, the Aileron program, which is a 12-month professional management program for companies that are getting ready to grow. They're looking for that next step, but just not sure where to get started. This program actually just launched last week. So if you want more information, feel free to email me or look up on our Jobs Ohio website. The application link is live. The past 2 years, this was only available to companies that have received the small business grant previously, but now it's open to any small business in Ohio that's in our 10 sectors. So feel free to utilize that program. Those aren't grant programs, but they're still good small business initiatives that you should be able to take advantage of in this region.
All right, and Tiffany, back to this massive site that you're developing. Yeah. It's not just about the data center. It's not just about maybe even other businesses. You're doing some unique things with housing and some other things on that site as well.
Yeah.
So you want to talk to us a little bit about some of the programs that you have utilized to really try to bolster having that housing stock that's going to be needed for the growth that you're going to see.
Yeah, well, we work very closely with our land bank. It just makes a lot of sense for us to be really close with them and have kind of our strategies align. And so they have been a huge help in regards to a good strategy, a good plan to make sure that we're looking at housing from the right lens. That also being said is, when you're running this critical infrastructure to different locations throughout our community, and let me also state, part of the reason that we have the water capacity that we have in our community is because of our paper mill that had closed. And so we have, in excess of like 13.6 million gallons per day water. That's a huge asset that our city of Coshocton was sitting on and not able to really use. Well, now we're able to use it. So strategically sitting down, making sure that we're looking at our economic development plans, the city's looking at their strategic plans for growth with their water, with their sewer, and then also our road infrastructure. It's opening up a lot of acreage that should be looked at for housing and or commercial development. That being said, especially in our community, we very much value our agribusiness. They directly support not one, but two of our manufacturers in our community as well. And so again, when we're talking about proper planning, really making sure that you're looking at land use, zoning opportunities. I'm just hitting all of the hot topics today, aren't I? But those are really important to make sure that you've got a solid strategy, not just, 5 years from now, but 30 years from now too.
I think you told me that you used a READY program.
I did. Yeah. So plug to Appalachia Regional Commission. We are a smaller office here at the Port Authority. Our capacity can be stretched. And what we really want to do is empower our other local governments to be ready to apply for these grants. And so we're thankful that ARC came out with the Ready Appalachia program. We have had, I believe, 2 of our community local governments go through the program. And it's providing really valuable information. That being said, of course, also reach out to your LDDs, our regional partners, or state partners. And then I'm going to do another plug for ARC. The Leadership Institute is an incredible opportunity. And so if you have not looked into that, I was really fortunate to be a part of the first class. And I know we've got multiple members here today of the ALI team. Please check out what they're doing. You have the ability to work with 13 states that are really experiencing the same things that you are, that have really nice, fresh ideas. Lean into that program and check it out. I think applications close June 1st. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those questions too after this session.
Lisa?
Yes, I wanted to give a shout out to one more program that complements the housing space that you were just mentioning, Tiffany. It's our Ohio Homebuyer Plus program, which, similar to the other programs that I mentioned, gives an extra interest rate benefit to Ohioans that are looking to save for a home purchase, for a down payment on a home. So those, again, we work with the partnering financial institutions, banks and credit unions throughout the state to help us deploy this program to reach individuals around the state. But folks that participate can save up to $100,000 over 5 years in a Ohio Homebuyer Plus account, and they also may receive an income tax deduction on contributions made to the savings account. And this savings account, similar to the benefit in terms of a lower interest rate applied to loans on the AgLink and Buckeye Business Advantage programs that I mentioned, this works in reverse to provide the Ohio homebuyer savers with an additional interest rate incentive on top of what the bank or credit union may also be offering. So again, a little extra juice to help encourage savings for future home purchases.
Okay, and last question. So are there categories of businesses that are current priorities for some of the investment programs that you have all been talking about? Or is there specific criteria that are used to rank and prioritize those? So Lisa, we'll start with yours and then we'll go to Jobs Ohio.
I'll say for the programs that I mentioned, as long as you meet the eligible requirements, we're otherwise agnostic, which is something that I really enjoy about working at the State Treasurer's Office, is that we have the resources to serve as far as capacity goes. So we're constrained by capacity in terms of available dollars in the state treasury to help support these programs, but we do not have specific criteria in terms of region, sector, type of business, anything like that. As long as you meet the minimum requirements, we should be good to partner together.
Yep. So for Jobs Ohio, it's very similar, especially the programs that I mentioned with vibrant communities and small business. As long as you're meeting the guidelines as well, those the sectors that we're investing in, those 10 main sectors, there are a handful, I think 4 or 5 super sectors that Jobs Ohio has kind of laid out for 2026. But for the small business and community programs, those aren't things that we're necessarily looking at and prioritizing with our investments. Truly, what we're looking at is the impact it's going to have in each community community. So as long as you can show the lasting impact of whether it's the downtown revitalization that you're working on, or this small business and how they're going to purchase this machinery and equipment that is going to create X amount of jobs, that's all we're really looking for, as long as you meet those guidelines. And then something else I also wanted to mention was for vibrant communities. I know earlier I mentioned, there can be housing, but it truly could be an eligible project could have 30% of its eligible anchor tenant, that office space, and then the other 70% of that building in the project could be housing. So it is the only tool at Jobs Ohio we currently have right now that can go to support housing projects in downtown.
Chastity, if I could maybe just add, if you find kind of a gap in services in any one location, look at your local economic development office. Some do have revolving loan funds. We do have kind of a cap on ours in regards to how much we can loan out to one person. If we exceed that cap, we have reached out to, I know Omega has a revolving loan fund, but also we've got partners in our community that have worked with the Appalachian Growth Capital team as well. So there may be other options in regards to housing, retail, restaurant space that sometimes a little bit harder to fill. So.
Well, thank you very much to our panel of experts. We certainly have learned a lot about programs that some of which I had never heard of before we started the panel. So I want to thank you for your time and for sharing with us. And I want to thank all of you for your questions.
Well, thank you, Chastity, Hannah, Tiffany, and Lisa. We're certainly fortunate, aren't we, to have just creative, bold masterminds like these women in our communities. Thank you. In serving our state, we appreciate that. And folks, I'm telling you, in addition to these women who are certainly, as you heard, making themselves available for more information throughout the remainder of the event, please do continue to, remember your local development districts, your community development corporations, your port authorities, your CDFIs, those community development institutions, your LEDOs, our economic development organizations, and of course also your Jobs Ohio network partners, including Ohio Southeast. We're all here to serve. We really are, and also to ease those financing strategy woes that will really help to carry and help you along that continuum of leveraging public-private philanthropic capital and introducing you to the resources and to the leaders that can make that magic happen. And I also want to give a shout out to whomever posed the tourism question. That is so important that you posed that. The local economic impact of tourism on our 10-county Omega region alone was found to be $2.1 billion during the year in which our last economic impact report was completed. $2.1 billion, and plus the generation of 19,500 jobs and $283 million in household income, as well as $146 million in state and local taxes. So that cannot be ignored, absolutely. So yes, the local tourism economy is important, and it is very real. So one more thing I do want to mention before we break for lunch. We do have one short item of business to address, and it is an important one. I would ask you to please direct your attention and also help me in welcoming Appalachian Partnership, Inc. and Appalachian Community Growth Capital's Board Chairwoman, Margene Kennedy.
Thank you so much. Well, hello. As she said, my name is Margene Kennedy, and I serve as the Appalachian Partnerships Board of Directors Chair. And we're so pleased, the members of our organization and I are so pleased to see this wonderful turnout here today, and we're honored to be a part of this big day. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the hardworking team who made this conference possible, and especially the Ohio University and the Voinovich School staff. Any of you who know me know that the Voinovich School has a very special place in my heart, and I think you guys do a tremendous job, and I cannot imagine this region without the indispensable leadership of the organization. Also, I would like to acknowledge and thank my fellow board members who are here with me today. We have Steve Evans, Jack McCoy, Tom Johnson, and also Dr. Glenda Baumgardner, who serves as our president and CEO. Thank you all for being here with us today. This year's conference theme, Jobs That Last, is right in our organization's wheelhouse and our vision for building a stronger region. The Appalachian Partnership and our affiliate, the Appalachian Growth Capital, are both mission-driven organizations that work to advance economic development and prosperity throughout the region. We achieve this mission by helping Appalachian businesses and inspiring entrepreneurs access affordable and low-cost capital. One of our most important partners in this endeavor is the Ohio Department of Development, and specifically the Governor's Office of Appalachia, led by our dear friend, John Kerry. I would say old friend because I've known him for a long time, but I don't want him to think that I'm saying he's old or that I am old either. We are thankful for their investment, which has made a tremendous difference for so many businesses and jobs in the region. Thank you, John, and your team. And finally, it's my honor to share one of our own points of pride. Together with our partners, we have made an investment impact of over $130 million throughout the region in the last 5 years. Those investments were made right here in Appalachian, Ohio, and have benefited our neighbors, our friends, and their businesses. Indeed, we are working beside each and every one of you to help create jobs that last. And we're thankful for your leadership. We're thankful for your partnership, and we appreciate each and every one of you being here today to learn more about what you can do within your communities to help grow that. And if we can be a small part of that with you, we're happy to do so, and we're happy to be a sponsor of this group here today. So thank you again for having us, and thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kennedy, and we sure appreciate your remarks and gracious sponsorship. And to that end, who's hungry? All right. So, well, in order to expedite, of course, the lunch experience, we do have just a few small instructions. So if we could have your attention on that. First, we do have the 2 buffets you see that are set up, and both are going to be double-sided. So both do have the same menu, so you don't have to worry about one side getting something different than the other. So 2 buffets. Both are 2-sided, same menu, with the exception, I will say, of if you did request gluten-free or vegan options. Let's see, you will have to go over to this side. So the gluten-free and vegan options are located at the end of the buffet on your left, my right. And also, while you're in line and or as you're enjoying your meal, we would ask you to remember to direct your attention to the Regional Success Story slideshow that's going to be coming back up on the screen and take in some of the really remarkable things happening right here in Appalachian, Ohio. And then what we're going to do is reconvene at 12:25 with another special presentation. And until then, bon appetit.
right, good afternoon. Could we get your attention, please? Everyone's enjoying the wonderful lunch and networking. Appreciate that. But before we get into our afternoon sessions, we do have a special presentation this afternoon. So I would ask you to please direct your attention to the stage as you do enjoy, your lunch, what's left of it, and join me in also welcoming a rising leader who advocates for community-centered education, service, and literacy. And I should note that while she travels throughout the entire Buckeye State as a champion for these causes, she is proud to be an Appalachian at heart. And it's our pleasure to, of course, welcome Olivia Fossen, who just also happens to be Miss Ohio, but her newest title as of this weekend is also Juris Doctorate. So congratulations, Olivia Fossen.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that fabulous introduction. My name is Olivia Fossen, and I'm here today on behalf of the Miss Ohio Scholarship Program and currently serving as Miss Ohio 2025. And I'm truly so thrilled, so humbled, and honored to be here today. I've been looking forward to this event for months, and I'm just so thrilled to be among so many incredible community leaders in our region. And I've truly enjoyed learning from you all today, getting to speak with some of you. And I'm very, very excited for the afternoon sessions as well. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, the Miss Ohio Scholarship Program, and my story, how I got to law school, Miss Ohio, the whole shebang. So the Miss Ohio Scholarship Program is the state-level organization for the Miss America organization, founded in the 1920s, and it is currently the largest scholarship provider for young women in the country. Now, when I was 10 years old, I watched the Miss America pageant with my mom on the couch. So let's just set the stage a little bit. It was one of the special nights every year that I got to stay up way past my bedtime. There was an empty bowl of soup on my lap, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see my dad's work boots sitting on the kitchen floor. It was September, and the windows of the house were open, and of course I could hear the sounds of all the crickets and look at the beautiful fireflies throughout the windows. But all of that fell to the wayside when 51 women walked across the stage, and I was enamored. And then 3 hours had gone by, and there she is, crooned on in the background as the credits rolled across the screen. Then I packed my backpack, and I went to bed, waiting for the next September to come so we could do the whole thing again. And about 14 more Septembers came and went in about the same fashion, but this past September looked a little different. I had a little different view. Now, there are a few things that you need to know about me. First, I grew up on a Christmas tree farm in southern Appalachian, Ohio. Second, I grew up in a blue-collar family in a blue-collar community. Third, I definitely did not grow up as a pageant girl. And lastly, I've never met a challenge that I didn't like. Growing up in a tiny area outside of Ironton, Ohio, I faced my fair share of highs and lows, as many students in Appalachia do. However, I didn't realize how these challenges would affect my educational choices until I began high school. When I entered my freshman year of high school in 2015, the educational landscape looked very different from how it did when I was younger. Technology was rapidly advancing, and schools were routinely pivoting to online instruction, tools, and assignments. And while this may have made schooling more efficient for some students, students in rural areas like myself had to come up with creative solutions to keep up with our peers. You see, high-speed internet was not available anywhere where I lived. And while this may have sounded like a trivial inconvenience 15 years ago, it was an actual significant barrier to education in the late 2010s. More often than not, my parents would drive us across the river to a Panera Bread or a Bob Evans or somewhere with Wi-Fi so I could finish my schoolwork every evening. Fast forward to spring of 2020, I felt like I was back in high school when my college went online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I spent my days in McDonald's parking lots attempting to complete my coursework because we still did not have internet. And this is a very real reality for many students in my area, where basic tasks have become difficult to accomplish because of a lack of internet access. I also knew from a young age that I wanted to pursue music in college. However, musical theater programs across the country are notoriously difficult to get into and require years of intensive training to gain acceptance. The school district I was in did not have any arts programs, and I ended up having to transfer to a school in West Virginia to get the training that I needed for college. Students in my area often lack the access for the opportunity to explore the arts and creative expression in school. And I truly treasure the theater education I received in high school that I was fortunate enough to access. It taught me invaluable skills such as public speaking, leadership, and cultural understanding, skills I still use every day. So what's the point of all of this? What's the point of me saying all of these things? I take great pride in being Appalachian and being the product of a lineage of blue-collar workers. Being raised in Appalachia has instilled very specific traits in me that have served me very well over the past 7 years. I've learned the importance of grit, the power of community, and the practice of resilience. These characteristics are not unique to me. They are woven into the fibers of every Appalachian. While Appalachian students face challenges that many other students do not, they also learn the power of overcoming, and that will serve them incredibly well throughout their careers. As for that music education I mentioned earlier, I did end up attending school for music. I went to Oklahoma City University, where I graduated in 2023 with a Bachelor of Music in Musical Theater and a minor in French. After this, I moved back to Ohio to attend the Ohio State University Moritz College of Law. Yes, I know I went from music to law. It's a very long story. I'd be happy to tell you another time. I'm running out of time. But as of 22 hours ago, I have officially earned my Juris Doctor, becoming the first lawyer in my family. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And while in my third year of law school, I became the first woman from Lawrence County to hold the title of Miss Ohio, and only the 14th woman in the over 100-year history of the Miss America organization from the entire Appalachian Ohio region to capture the title. Since June 2025, I've spent my time, when I wasn't in the law library, traveling the state, meeting with nonprofits, chambers of commerce, and students to advocate for the future and the present of Appalachian Ohio. It is my greatest joy to share the rich cultures, communities, experiences, and stories of Appalachian Ohio with others. And none of this would have been possible without the work ethic and determination instilled in me throughout my upbringing. The creativity and adaptability I learned served me well in my music education, and the grit and resilience kept me going through law school. The opportunities that I have been given are not lost on me, and I intend to pay it forward to other Appalachian students throughout my life. We live in an incredibly special region with impossibly bright potential. Let's keep doing the work, giving back, and uplifting these communities. Because when you are born in the mountains, you can surely move them as well.
Well, we certainly appreciate your community and public service initiatives. Thank you for also never losing sight of your Appalachian roots. And again, folks, that was Olivia Fossen. And I would say that with rising leaders like that, with young people like that, we're going to be just all right. So now, before we move into our keynote, let's also please extend some gratitude toward our moderators and panelists and to some of my fellow advisory committee members. And so allow me to introduce each of them. They are Matt Abbott, Todd Bailey, Katrina Betts, Destiny Bryson, Glenda Baumgartner, Mike Dombrowski, Stephanie Gilbert, Noreen Jordan, Larita Lowther, Leanne Lucas-Helber, Rich Oster, Chastity Schmelzenbach, and Kathy Zook. So if we could have a round of applause, let's show them some appreciation. Talk about a powerhouse crew to be able to work with, right? And now, unleashing American energy dominance. So that's the aim of the U.S. Department of Energy. Their mission, supporting U.S. energy, science, and security priorities. And delivering upon such is Joel Bradburn, the Principal Deputy Assistant Director at the U.S. Department of Energy for the Office of Environmental Management. And it is certainly our honor to welcome him now. Joel?
Thank you so much. Okay, thanks. Okay, well, it's an honor to be with you here today, State of the Region Conference. I apologize if I get off to a little bit of a slow start. I feel kind of like being here at the university brings me back to my college days where, you know, I got the exam, it's 2 days from now, I don't need to study until tomorrow night. So if it's a little bit soggy, I apologize for that. It's just bringing back old habits. It really, the other thing I would say, you know, being here this afternoon, it makes me reflect back on, I'll say, my own personal journey. I'm an Appalachian person. In my case, it was North Georgia. I can remember growing up, my family at the time lived in a place called Frogtown, Georgia, near Dahlonega, site of the first gold rush. It was not Colorado. If you were thinking that, it's Dahlonega, Georgia. My grandmother dipped snuff. You know, when she said, "Come here, give me a little sugar," all the kids went and ducked and run for cover. But most importantly, you know, it was about faith. It was about hard work, and it was about, you know, being anything you could be. Now, at the time where I grew up, you had a couple options, you know, for your future. You could go work at the chicken hatchery, you could go work at the carpet mill, or you could go run moonshine. Or the fourth was get out of town and do something for your life, right? Appalachia, I think, is consistent across the board. You know, I first came to the Portsmouth site in 2009 as the site lead, and immediately, you know, kind of fell in love with the local community because it was just like the one that I remembered. A lot of local characters, a lot of hard work, a consistent moral standard, and a desire to do something better, you know, for their kids, their families, and for future generations. And I'll just say, you know, this conversation is about partnership. You know, what's that saying? Endeavor to persevere, which means really just work hard and then buckle down and work harder. And I think, you know, I think what we're seeing in Southern Ohio and the recent announcements is just an example of that. And I really want to talk to you about, you know, Jewel, that you have here at Ohio University, and it's the Bonovich School, and it's Stephanie Howe. Let me figure out this clicker. So in the Department of Energy, we kind of talk in acronyms. You see BLUF up there. I don't know how many folks in the audience know what a BLUF is. I know what one is. What I used to think of a BLUF is one you don't want to fall off of, but in this case, it's bottom line up front. And really, the initiative at the Portsmouth site in Piketon, Ohio, in Pike County. Our focus there was to make land available for future use. You might go, well, that's interesting, but it really took a lot of effort to reach that conclusion, and even more effort and perseverance to make it, I'll say, the exciting future that it is today. You can kind of see a timeline there. I mentioned I came in 2009. Port's Future was established in 2010. And that was through a grant with Ohio University and the Bonovich Group. I won't go into to the timeline too much, but you know, carry forward, and you can't really see that on the screen up there, but it kind of gives you, you know, the state of play today. But that's a kind of a 2025, 26 culmination of effort. So one voice, one future. And again, it takes a team, it takes a community, it takes a partnership. And I will say that the Southern Ohio Diversification Initiative, in conjunction with the Bonovich School, really has paid dividends for Southern Ohio. Again, I mentioned 2010.
Port's Future. So, what is that? That's kind of a brand that Ohio University put out there. And it was really, a lot of you folks are in the grant business. Grants are classically awarded, I'll say in our case by the Department of Energy, and then it becomes kind of a hands-off thing. So you put it in the water and you watch, and somewhere it ends up on a distant shore. In this case, I'll say a lot of credit to Ohio University. They really pulled in both SODI as well as the assets of the university, but they also brought back in DOE as a stakeholder and a partner in it. Not that we had influence in it, but we just had a portion of the say as part of the future of the cleanup mission. So values, that's kind of what links us all together. For us to be successful in the mission and the I'll call it the vision and the direction we took, bringing in the Vonovich School. SODI, was a team of 2.5, right? And so a lot of communities, a lot of you folks are economic development engines out there. It takes a lot of work. Most of it is regional or county specific or municipality centric. In this case, we needed an entity to represent the site as we're going through in our cleanup mission. But I mentioned their bandwidth was not that much. A lot of times, I'll say I got 3 people working on that. It's me, myself, and I. SODI was representative of that, and really the partnership with Ohio U really added the depth needed to really push forward with something meaningful. And you can kind of see the list of values there, and that's really what they brought. Vonovich School brought to the table. Did I mention Stephanie is your jewel that you have? She has been an outstanding partner in this venture. For those of you that do community outreach, the first thing you classically do is put your thick skin on before you walk out into the public. Stephanie was there through thick and thin. And I've got just a little short clip on this.
PPPO, and we were very grateful to receive that. We branded the grant Port's Future using, the abbreviation for the site, Ports, and thinking about what we're going to be doing for the future. And really through Joel's vision, Joel Bradburn from the start knew that cleanup needed to be aligned with what the public wanted in the future. And he asked us to go out and get a lot of input from residents on what they'd like to see happen. So with the Port's Future branding, we were able to really get out with a lot of different media contacts and to get the name out and to get people familiar with what this project was trying to do in terms of seeking input. And then we started to go out to events in the communities. So we went to things like county fairs, speaking engagements at civic groups, farm bureaus, Walmarts, anywhere we could get a good cross-section of the community. We also did interviews of key site stakeholders. We created focus groups in each of the 4 counties near the site. And we did a pretty intense telephone survey in the 4 county areas, which we made sure we stratified for age and gender to get, again, a good cross-section of the population. And really what we were trying to find out were what people knew about the site, what their concerns were about the site, and what their hopes were for the future of the site. And then with that information, we designed visioning teams. So these were sessions we held in each of the 4 counties with people we had recruited during the outreach process to have them come up with their preferred future use scenarios for the site. So with Ohio University Port's Future, we facilitated, we provided some data and some basic guardrails, but the visions really came from the community members. And when we got through that process, we took those visions out after they winnowed it down. Each county had their own team, and then we had kind of a steering committee made up of 2 members from each county. They selected the final ones they wanted us to take back out, again, through the same outreach processes, and then have the public provide their input. So what the public preferred, the top 4, which were all about the same in terms of preference. Number 1 was a nuclear facility. Number 2 was green energy production. Third was industry or manufacturing, and the 4th was national R&D. So that was really key for us to use as a baseline for all of their future planning in terms of getting to what the vision would be for the future and how we needed to then prepare to start to recruit industry.
So I'll touch on some of those points as I go through this conversation. But as I mentioned, again, you go out and you interface with the public, and you get a good feel, for I'll say which way the wind's blowing. But Stephanie and the team really brought in data, right? And so sometimes it's really hard to discern, what is important versus what is not, because you typically respond, or at least I do, to the loudest voice in the room. Okay, wife and I, raised 4 kids, and I can tell you, when you're going down the road in a car and everybody's shoulders are rubbing, you don't know who started what, right? Because everybody is loud, and it was so without data, especially, you folks can appreciate that. Without data, you really don't know, really what the right course of action is. And so there was a lot of community involvement, a lot of, I'll say, data gathering as to what the focus and the real desires of the represented communities, were after. It kind of came up. I think, as you saw Stephanie mention, that it kind of came up what was really intuitive, and that is, with the site going down and potentially, completing the mission of the past, do you want, green space? Do you want jobs? I've worked in the Department of Energy and its, missions for, I'll say, longer than I probably want to admit, but I was part of the Fernald cleanup, and the community there wanted a park-like setting. And if you're a bird watcher and you haven't been to Fernald, then you're not really a bird watcher, because it gets people from all around the world. But in a place like Southern Ohio, it in itself is a park-like setting, right? And so really it's about displacing or replacing the jobs that would have otherwise been displaced by our work coming to a conclusion. So deliverables, and so that's, again, I mentioned perseverance. So with those as your future focus, the Port's future mission kind of continued forward. I'll hit an advertisement. Again, if you're browsing the web, I would encourage you to do a search on Port's Future. They have an interactive website there, and it's incredibly informative. And it didn't happen overnight, as hopefully you'll see as you get into that. But again, that's a culmination of many years' work. So shout out for the Port's Future website. I'll talk a little bit about the site itself now, Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant. So this is a reasonably recent aerial overview. The road going around the site, we came up with a pretty interesting name for that road. We call it Perimeter Road. It took a couple people probably sometimes voting on what the right name for that was. But actually, the place is really split in half. On the left is a centrifuge operation. On the right is the gaseous diffusion operation. And again, it was science in the 50s that really people don't think about and associate with Southern Ohio or Appalachian, part of the country. But what you see is really first generation uranium enrichment technology, and then second generation uranium enrichment technology. The first being gaseous diffusion, the second being centrifuge enrichment. But they're both characterized by a great desire for electrons. So without power, nothing happens at that site. And so that's really the other piece of the story here, is capitalizing on the assets, that I'll say taxpayers of previous generations paid for and brokered. A little bit about gaseous diffusion. There are only 3 sites in the country that were built for, I'll say, first generation enrichment technology. The Portsmouth site, it's got a sister site in Paducah, Kentucky, and then also in Oak Ridge. So again, this is 50s vintage technology, and characterized by a whole lot of power. A couple factoids. The construction of the site, I won't read all that stuff, but I will point out 68,000 drawings. If you're probably my vintage and you've seen a drawing of something that it takes to build something, you know there are a lot. And that's back when people, went and a work skill was be a draftsman. And there was slide rules and pencils, pens, and you were proud when you had your little engineering drawing set that you carried around, pretty proud, probably as proud as you might with one of the current smartphones. I mentioned power, and this is the power required for production. That's kind of all inclusive of the gaseous diffusion plants. So a lot of utilities, trillions of kilowatts per year, and 3% of the nation's total energy consumption was driving gaseous diffusion enrichment. I don't know about you folks, but I get mad at my kids when they don't flip the light switch off. I don't know what I'd do with 3%. That's a pretty big number. Timeline for Portsmouth. Again, I mentioned in the 50s, and was really focused on our nation's defense. And so, again, a big deal and a big shout out for the local community, because they were part of our national defense, and also the fall of the wall. Post Cold War, it continued on, but mostly in a commercial endeavor. Some of you folks might know the USEC, United States Enrichment Corporation. So there was a privatization act in the 90s that said, hey, the private sector can do better than the U.S. government. The site transitioned under NRC authority back as a part of that. And then the place shut down in 2001. And that kind of ushered in our cleanup job. But it also started making people worry, because until that time, nobody had ever thought about that place ever shutting down. Because when it started in the 50s, it literally never shut down. Didn't take a day off, didn't take a break. It literally ran until 2001. Actually, it ran a little bit farther than that, but not as a whole plant, as portions of the plant. A little bit about today. I'll back up one more time on that. We were taking some of the buildings down on site. Of course, you have to do is you clean it up. And we had people that still, I will say, as late as 2014, that stayed in buildings that they did not believe that the plant was actually shutting down until we actually had to make them leave, because we were literally turning lights out and literally taking the building physically down to grade. Today missions, depleted uranium hexafluoride conversion, that actually is part of the new nuclear renaissance. Of course, environmental remediation, that's our day job. And then deactivation and demolition, I'd encourage you can make it a pass on Perimeter Road. You can see a lot. It's open to the public. And if you haven't been around the site, I'd encourage you to do that. We also talk about waste management. We do have an on-site disposal cell. I will say that was also an enabler for site reindustrialization, for safe disposal of mostly deconstruction debris. But we could probably have a separate discussion about that. But it was all part of a kind of a grand plan. And I'll mention, Stephanie and her team, collected data about what the site, wanted to be at the end of the enrichment mission. And of course it was jobs. And so as part of that, that discussion and then subsequent decision remedies, what could we do with the site that would make it most amenable for reuse? The site had a lot of legacy landfills and plume operations going on. Again, this is Appalachia rural neck of the woods. If you had something that you didn't need anymore, if you had a ditch in the backyard, that's where it ended up. If you had, some solvent or something like that that was too dirty to reuse, it went out on the road. If you had used oil and you had a dirt road, that's where it ended up, or you poured it on top of a fence post. That's just the way it happened. You know what I mean? These sites were no different than that. And because of that, we did have a lot of legacy, I'll say, easy on people to carry disposal sites around the property. So we came up with this thing we called a holistic site cleanup. And so you see we call them little swooshes up there. But we said we're gonna take the site to clean as much of that up, no pockmarked landscape, and maximize the reindustrial real estate available in support of the community's interest for the future. Now, although these decisions are really about the site, I would offer that generically they're appropriate to the future as well, that it takes a partnership, that it's not just about, one person or one entity taking charge and then, running roughshod over everybody else. It is really, truly about a partnership. And in our case, community stakeholders, with the help of Stephanie and her team. Ohio EPA was a partner in that for protectiveness. And then, of course, our processes and what we needed to get done. And we came up with a solution that said, hey, comprehensive, get rid of the buildings, also get rid of the contaminated environmental media and get, ship stuff off site that shouldn't be there. And for the stuff that we leave on site, consolidate it and make it and put it in a very protective, engineered solution. So this is a little bit more about the cleanup. I can talk to you more about this if you have questions. My boss, Tim Walsh, the Assistant Secretary for Environmental Management, his focus today is really about enabling the future. And so we're looking at a name change to reflect that. Environmental management kind of, is more of a caretaker, connotation. So we're looking at remediation and revitalization, which I think is more indicative of what most of our sites. I mean, Portsmouth is the community there is no different than the community of Paducah, Kentucky. I can tell you at Oak Ridge. I can tell you at Idaho. Everybody wants something, not just for today, but for future generations to come, safe and productive jobs. So, again, a little bit about the site. And so, where are we at today? So, I gave you this, monologue over the past couple minutes, but really to say, it's taken a minute to get here. But all this hard work is really paid off. And so if you saw and can reflect back on the pictures that I showed up there, the site and I'll say buildings waiting to be torn down, here's what we have going on today. We still have enrichment operations going on. It's principally the centrifuge operation, so second generation technology. That's what pretty much everybody does around the globe. The next generation might be laser enrichment, but that's not commercialized yet. So we still have centrifuge operations going on. You might have heard about small modular reactors. There's a company called Oklo that's come to town. So they're looking to put about 1.2 gigawatts of small modular reactors on that site, next generation technology. And then probably the big game in town is the data center announcement. which really is pushing forward this new, I'll say this new economy, this new need to, I'll say, be part of the future, not just nationally but globally. If you missed this, I think it's a pretty exciting. See if I can get it going.
A packed room and a major announcement in Southern Ohio.
This is the center of our superintelligence.
SoftBank Group is building the world's largest AI data center with its own power supply on U.S. Department of Energy land at the former Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant.
This is going to be a gigantic factory and ecosystem that will build intelligence, take electricity and turn it into innovation, turn it into opportunity, turn it into medical advancements so that cancers will become manageable conditions as opposed to death sentences.
The project includes a 10-gigawatt data center and up to 10 gigawatts of new power generation, including at least 9.2 gigawatts of natural gas generation.
This is not a project with debt. This is not a project that won't finish. This is a unique model in the world, and this is the first of its kind. This will produce reliable, affordable energy in the United States of America.
It's part of a broader U.S.-Japan trade and investment agreement, including $33 billion in Japanese funding, with plans that could grow into a $500 billion partnership.
This massive investment is going to create a lot of jobs, and there's going to be other industries that will come in here to be near this energy production, to be near this intelligence generation.
The site, once central to America's Cold War defense, is still undergoing environmental cleanup. Now, private investment is helping speed that process up.
They're leasing land right here in Portsmouth. That ground lease will help us accelerate the cleanup.
Under the agreement, SoftBank, through SB Energy, will help fund that work, transforming the former uranium enrichment site into the Port's technology campus.
We've got to find the right communities that have the right local laws, the right workforce, the right attitudes, and the right size and scale where we can develop an industrial facility.
Officials say the scale here is unlike anything built before.
There will be more knowledge, more compute here than the entire current world capacity. More than ChatGPT, more than Gemini, everything combined, more will be based here in Ohio.
The project also includes a $4.2 billion investment in grid upgrades and new transmission lines, with developers saying it will not raise customer rates.
I will commit right now, right here, we will protect the electricity bill.
Construction is expected to begin this year, creating about 10,000 construction jobs and more than 2,000 permanent positions.
Yeah, that was still hard for me to wrap my head around, but I'll offer this. So, and if you drive by there, you go, "What's changed? Is it happening yet?" I can tell you that it's. I don't want to call it a tsunami because that sounds destructive, but it's building up and it's getting ready to break, and I know there's a lot of I'll say confusion, a little bit of concern about data centers coming in. You can see SoftBank is the principal behind this. They were part of the president's commitment to not impacting the rate base. And so you can see they're going to build a 10 gigawatt data center, but they're building the generation to support that. And they've also partnered with AEP. If some of you have had conversations with AEP, they're putting in about $500 million of investment into transmission capacity. One of the things that sets the Portsmouth site apart is the 765 transmission lines. And so we can think about, we take for granted the fact that we plug, something into the wall and the lights come on our device or the lamp or whatever. I can tell you that that our excuse me, that's my duck calling. I love my daughter. But it's incredible, the commitment of this private sector. And again, I'll go back to the Vonovich School, focus on public-private partnerships to be, the direction of the future. This is the big catch. And so I like to fish, I can spend all day out and not come back with anything. This is big. And so this is going to be up to you folks in the room to help pull together and lead it forward. I could just say that. Imagine, so I will say the department overall, principal and then secondary, we probably put about $700 million a year into Southern Ohio. All right. And so it's a huge economic impact, right? Imagine $30 billion coming into Southern Ohio. So that's the commitment here. I can't think that big. Other announcements, if you haven't heard or seen recently, the Centrus, the uranium enrichment operation there, $900 million to expand uranium enrichment at the site. And also, I mentioned Oklo, 1.2 gigawatts. That was in concert with a Meta announcement. So, again, I just, the future is just incredibly bright. And I would say, for you folks in the room, it's going to need some help. Southern Ohio is going to need some help, pulling this off. And I know SoftBank is because I've talked to them personally, they do really want to engage the community and make sure that they're good partners in going forward. I know that the local communities as well, we're in conversation, but nobody knows really what to do with this fish that just got pulled into the boat. And so again, I would offer it, just as we, I'll say partnered to get the site to where it, could be part of this, opportunity as we move forward. It's going to take you in the room to then take it, pick it up, and drive it to where it needs to go. AI is here with us to stay. This site will, the future is to improve, the human condition, to accelerate new research opportunities and development, new generation. Again, I mentioned I'm from Appalachia too. I can remember oil lamps. I can remember when there was 2 light switches in the entire house. We don't do well without electrons and power. Okay, I have seen what an old washing machine looks like, where you had to roll the clothes through to wring them out. We don't do well without power, and I don't think anybody, even though they may long for the days of that, I don't think many of the folks that long for that could actually enjoy living in that. That's why we're here today, and we look forward to the future. Development outreach. Again, I mentioned the Vonovich, depth that they bring and will continue to bring. Again, a lot of facts and data, a lot of connections, meet the developers, workforce understanding, and also understanding of the nuclear supply chain. So the site, it's not just a nuclear site, even though it's been branded that as a long time. Nuclear is the electron producer of the future, and we need to be a part of that as a nation. The 9.2 gigawatts of power generation, that will be natural gas, but that's the bridge to the future. And so this is a long-term investment. If you'd heard SoftBank talk at the celebration event, they're talking about a long-term horizon and over $1 trillion invested at that site, because guess what? The contents of that data center, they last for about 4 years and they're obsolete, and it has to be a reinvestment to restock, resupply, re-outfit. I mean, it's a continuing thing. And so I would just say the opportunity in the future is more than at least I could ever imagine. Educational outreach, these programs are more important now than ever. I mean, a lot of your jobs you go through and kind of try to forecast the future and what educational needs, what skill training needs somebody might need in the future. Spend a lot of time, putting a program together only to have it kind of fizzle out because whatever you were shooting for never materialized. Well, it's here, right? It is really here. And so I would, you folks in the audience there, passing the baton to you.
So at Ohio University, through Ports Future, what we do with each of the industries that are thinking about coming in, we can conduct an economic impact analysis and also a workforce analysis. So the economic impact analysis is showing direct, indirect, and induced impacts, direct being labor, wages for jobs that would be created. Induced would be the kind of supply chain commerce that's happening for a facility going in. And then, that's indirect, and then induced would be what's happening in the community when people have more money to spend. We found that doing the companion piece with workforce is turning out to be really helpful. So we can look at those developments, which occupations would be needed, so at the occupation level. And also, this provides the developer as well as the labor unions that we're working with a better sense of what the needs are going to be for the workforce as these projects come online. And it's done for both construction phase and for operations and maintenance phase, because obviously you have different, needs, occupations, numbers of people for construction than you do for O&M. And back in 2021, we used some other university resources to contract with an Ohio firm that works specifically with union labor. And that firm is Remington Road Group. They've been really instrumental. They helped us develop a labor steering committee that SODI and OU have been able to use throughout this last couple of years to help guide this project, to help advocate for the developers. They're very vocal and very involved. And so it's made up of the leaders of the Ohio AFL-CIO, Ohio Building and Construction Trades Council, Tri-State Building and Construction Trades Council, IBEW, plumbers and pipe fitters. There's all the main unions, and SODI is also providing support on some workforce development for the steelworkers union on site. So for us, it's really key to have the workforce involved as we do this planning. They've met with developers. We've been very clear that the goal and the hope would be that these would be union jobs coming in, and the developers we're currently working with share that vision. And I think the other thing we do with future workforce through Ports Future is STEM engagement. So we do a lot of K through 12 outreach with STEM engagement in the local schools in the area, because that really is the future workforce. And we want these students to know that if you start to get into STEM careers, science, technology, engineering, and math, it could open up a whole world and a lot of opportunities for you right where you grew up. These are the folks for the future. As the site continues to be redeveloped, that we want to have a ready workforce. And getting kids engaged in STEM as early as possible is really key to that. So we're really kind of looking at this whole life cycle of how do we prepare the communities and the site for economic prosperity.
So I would say that even though selfishly don't want to share because Stephanie and the Bonovich School have been such a great partner. What's been happening and what's been done has received a lot of recognition. Not just locally but nationally. I will also offer that because I've had responsibility for more than one site. People look at this and go, "Hey, I want some of that." And of course, the university brings a whole lot to the plate, but probably my first question to them is, okay, who's your Stephanie, right? Because it takes somebody with a vision, drive, and a passion. And so I would just say thank you for expanding beyond Southern Ohio, because you have, whether you know it or not. And with that, I'd like to thank you all, for the opportunity to talk about something that I'm passionate about. Also, just share that if you don't know it, I know a lot of you do. You have a fantastic jewel right here in the middle of Athens, Ohio. And with that, I'll say thank you. And I think maybe a couple questions if somebody's interested, or if I still have time. Good.
Did we have any questions for Joel? Let me grab a microphone for you. Do you mind taking a question?
I don't mind. Probably somebody should take this from my hand. I mentioned I'm from Appalachia.
The question is, how do you feel about increasing energy production and consumption at a time when all planetary boundaries are in overshoot and life as we know it depends on addressing unraveling ecosystems?
So, okay, that's pretty big. I would offer this. Again, I think with this this new, I'll say, opportunity that I will say is described as artificial intelligence brings, it is intensive, power hungry. I think most civilized nations don't do well without energy. I think that again, and I offer this as my opinion, but and I'll also kind of preface it by saying I'm a field person, and I've spent my entire career steered clear of, I'll say, Washington D.C. headquarters and I'll say the bigger thing. As a matter of fact, my claw marks tend to go, keep me away instead of trying to claw my way there. But one thing that I have seen going around and looking at everybody is I don't think people appreciate how atrophied our national infrastructure is. If you would have asked me about, I'll say, Savannah River, that site is 350 square miles. Okay, and all the things that have happened there, and all the places that butt up to that. If you said how much generation capacity is available, literally you couldn't put too many more houses on that 350 square miles. Okay, and that's just the generation piece, because it takes transmission to get those electrons from point A to point B. We spend a lot of time trying to improve efficiencies, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But I think that we find ourselves probably, I'll say, behind the eight ball in making sure that we're part of, a global, something of national importance and something of such importance to humanity for the future. My own humble opinion. Did I adequately not address that question? Anyway, anything else? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Joel. We certainly appreciate you sharing your commitment to restoring America's energy dominance, and we certainly respect the work you're doing to enable safe and successful execution of such through the Department of Energy, the programming, the integration, the development right here in Appalachia. So thanks again. And folks, we are in the home stretch, and I think you would probably agree that it's been a robust and resourceful day of learning and information exchange so far. What do you think?
Lots of notes to be taken, lots of rich takeaways. And as it turns out, we do have some additional resources coming our way now through our final session, which is Retention by Design, Connecting Education, Industry, and Opportunity. So I would ask you to please welcome moderator Lori McKnight, Senior Research Manager for 5G Broadband at the Voinovich School, along with her panelists, Dr. Brock Brewster, Superintendent of Western Local Schools, Dan Leffingwell, Director of the GRIT program at Future Plans, and John Zietbauer, Superintendent of Mahoning County Career Technical Center. So let's talk retention. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
All right, guys, we have to get our ducks in a row. So I'm so proud to be and excited to be here moderating this panel. Prior to coming to the Voinovich School, I was a workforce board director for Athens, Meigs, and Perry counties. So a cornerstone to my work has always been career awareness internships, pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs. So I continue that work here at the Voinovich School. Our Area 14, as it was called, became the actual sponsor of record for a pre-apprenticeship to apprenticeship program in auto body and auto tech. We worked with local businesses to start those programs and got kids pre-apprenticeships that usually resulted, I'd say about 95% of our placements resulted in full-time jobs by the time those kids graduated school. Then when COVID hit, this is where I moved from being an area director to the Voinovich School when we started the broadband program. We were one of the first career centers. As a board director, we started a career center program through the fiber optic program, and one of the first in the state to start that. And then I moved over to the Voinovich School to begin the Tower Tech program in conjunction with Hawking College and Tri-County Career Center. So my role and my passion has always been this career awareness. So I'm very excited to talk with our panelists and allow our panelists to have time today. So now I'm going to hand it over to our panelists. We're going to start with Dan.
Good afternoon. I know many of you, so thanks for having us, and so excited for you to learn from both John and Brock today about some amazing transformation that they are putting forward in their school districts, and really what I think should become the norm rather than the exception. And I think that there's good news out there, and the good news is it is happening. So, my history as a brief introduction, I'm a 11-year superintendent, retired, 20-year principal, but my passion now is also what I get to do in my work world, and that's basically helping people and communities and school districts through an ecosystem partnership approach build pathways that align with what you see on the screen right now. And so if you think of every individual in your community as having unique strengths, and those strengths at the left are what you are good at, and where does that intersect with what the world needs? How powerful alone that can be, right? So right before Christmas, Gallup released some data that said there's an 82% increase in employee engagement and productivity when they work in an area of strength. Yet across America, only 37% of Americans do. So now that we've evolved and we have tools to recognize these strengths and help coach through these strengths in regards to what the world needs the most, in my words, I like to think we can get most people on the best bus going to the best location, which leads to a lot of long-term benefits. And if we can add the icing on the cake, it is something that you love to do, and you can also be paid for it. Wouldn't that be novel? But the good news is it can happen. So it's really important to understand that in my history as an educator, why I'm so passionate about this was a commitment to this led to hope scores among our students going from 32 percentile to the 85th percentile, meaning 85% were now hopeful for their future as a commitment to this type of culture and this kind of process. Our young people are amazing. They are full of talent. They're full of desire to want to fill the needs that we have and do a great job of doing it. But you need to know that hope for the future is a greater predictor of success than anything else that we measure or hold dear. 2014, going back to some Gallup data, we knew that students were 30% more engaged when the school focused on the strengths of its students, and we had at least one adult who excites us for our future. So if you think about us collectively, put yourself as that adult. And how many times, unfortunately and unintentionally, our fear of the future inadvertently becomes that hope killer of a student's future. Students are prepared for their future, and they're going to knock it out of the park when given the opportunity. What's different that we have to remember, when we have workforce gaps, our talent aligns with our greatest needs. However, because of exposure gaps, we don't always know where we best fit. And I normally have a picture or several of my granddaughter. I have several kids, but I only get pictures of my granddaughter. 65% of students in primary grades in school are going to work in careers that don't exist. So continuing to ask the question, what do you want to be when you grow up, is no longer good enough, right? We have to be able to bridge those gaps. And so this is really, my passion project, my Ikigai is now helping people build these opportunities for students. STEM has been referenced a couple times. My involvement and passion for STEM became apparent after my goal was to connect students to a job of their future. And what I realized was the preponderance of jobs in the future are STEM related, right? To the tune on the left, 90% of future jobs are STEM related. They pay 68% higher wages, but as a country, our system is only producing 19% of our graduates aligned to the 90% of the jobs that pay 68% higher wages, and we wonder why we have a mental health crisis, right? So engaging in STEM, and it's more than science, technology, engineering, and math. That's the acronym we know. But think of it more as strategies that engage minds, right? Engaging students differently with a hope and discovery that I have strengths aligned to what the world needs. When you see this work take place, you see an increase not only in hope, you see sense of belonging, and you see great engagement. On the right, you will see that as a country, that 19% places us 9th in the world. So this was kind of at Noble Local Schools starting in 2013. This was kind of our call to action. And when we started working to bridge this gap is where we saw some great things happen. I would also want you to reference this. You can look it up at workforce30.com. We recently completed this study in the Appalachian region, along with Dr. Parker and a number of other partners, Tasha from BB2C, and a host of partners in that area. But here's what we know. There's currently 155,000 young people from birth to 15 years of age alive to take the place of 278,000 folks in our region, 54 and older, in our workforce. That's an alarming gap, right? But it's also a gap that says to kids, you can be anything that you want to be in our region, and you don't have to leave home to be it. So it's really a message of hope and opportunity. When you take a look at information like this, and I wanted to scream out during the last segment, we know who our kids are, and we know what their talents are, and we know where that aligns directly to your need. And everything that you see represented in this data, there's a real person behind it. We can connect students directly to employers who need the talents that this student possesses. So when you look at manufacturing at the top, you'll see some things there. 18.1% of now 36,000 students assessed in our region alone have talents aligned to manufacturing, but only 4.3% have interest. So when faced with this kind of data, it allows us to make some very strategic decisions and how we can close what's clearly an exposure gap. On the opposite end, when you look at the very bottom, you see health science, where we have high interest, and actually our skill, our natural aptitudes might be a little less. Here's how that plays out. Healthcare is high exposure. And if I ask someone if they want to go into healthcare, they typically think of two positions, doctor and nurse. So we found out through this study that we're actually licensing more nurses than we physically have jobs, yet HR representatives at hospitals cannot fill the number of nursing jobs. We determined that the number of people leaving the profession was outpacing the number of people coming in, simply because it was not what they thought it would be. Right? So bridging those exposure gaps and really using this information as strategy. So think about that for a moment. If we have a 123,000 person gap of just filling the workforce of our region, some would say that that could be a detriment to economic development. But if you follow that up with strategy, that we know exactly who our workforce is and we know where their talents and strengths lie, we can be more strategic in our approach. So we bring this information to you to say, how can we collectively leverage this to connect directly students with talent, what they're good at, with what the world needs, your company's employment gaps. So with that said, that's kind of the why. I think I was invited here, the relationship to STEM, but know that regardless of vendors or assessments or tools that you use, this is the process that we invite you all to participate in. It starts with assessment, so students can discover and learn where their unique talents align. Who needs what I bring to the table, right? And making that connection. Through the coaching process, 1 hour of personalized coaching, 1 hour of someone who understands careers of the future and understands how to interpret your results yields a 62% change, where students, 62 out of 100, will shift their interest to better align with their strengths after just becoming aware. And then discovery, and I always call Tasha and her group out at BB2C on this one, being able to see where you belong and experience that. And the ability of those kinds of events and experiences to shift further my interest, so I can see what manufacturing looks like today compared to when Uncle and Grandpa worked there yesterday. And then bringing partners together to create pathways to help us prepare, whether that's coursework, virtual, hands-on, all those credentialing experience, and then ultimately for placement. So it's kind of become my life's work in supporting all of us to come together, and hope, as was mentioned before, hope's never been greater in our region, and can't wait for you to learn more from these guys on what they're doing to build that out.
There's no pressure there, right? Thank you, Dan. And to his point, a little bit about us. My name's John Zentbauer, superintendent to Mahoning County Career and Technical Center. We're 11 and 12 career center located in Canfield, Ohio, in Mahoning County. We are the northern tip of Appalachia. A lot of people forget about us up there. I grew up south of there, and on the edge of Carroll County, which is Appalachian, a poor community. I'm an aircraft mechanic by trade, not traditionally trained. I have an aircraft mechanics teaching license. That's it. I don't have a math or science. So I come from a little bit of a different perspective. My parents were business people, so I looked at education a little bit different, along with the people I hire, which is an interesting thought, which I'll get to maybe later in the conversation. We do have an adult career center that we have here also, but the main thing we're going to talk about a little bit is about Valley STEM and ME2. In 2016, that is very hard to see, and I apologize. I made a lousy screen. but you have this in your stuff. But I'll tell you a little bit about. We had the Career and Technical Center there. It's been there since 1973. That's where I taught aviation maintenance the aviation maintenance technician program. We were, for those of you that are aviation buffs, so we had one of 4 aviation mechanics programs in the state of Ohio. We still have that. Very key to the conversation, because between the manufacturing and our aviation programs and our science and biotech programs, that's what created our thought that we needed to get to these students earlier in the 9-10 level. When these students were coming to us at the 11th and 12th, some of them didn't know what a screwdriver was. They had no background, which was fine, because we had a lot of qualified teachers and we were doing a very good job. We realized there was a gap in our region, and where students were coming in the 9th and 10th grade and they weren't really getting any hands-on or any type of training. So in 2016, we come up with an idea to, at our building, use our teachers. We actually hired a whole staff. It's a separate IRN, which is a separate school district, but it's within our building and our staff. And we went out and sought intelligent people, smart people, but not necessarily that straight A valedictorian college prep student that was a typical teacher. We look for people with work experience. We look for people that were non-traditional, and most of all, that passion. That was kind of my thing, because I was, maybe I wasn't a stellar student in my high school times, but I was a very good mechanic, and I excelled in those areas, and I started realizing I had a super passion for that. And if you could find people that share their passion, then that was the key to our success. So one of those, a little bit about the data. I won't even flip through the screen, I don't think, but well, I guess you can see the data. Some of the outcomes that help us, that I think the strength where we're in a little different place than Brock. Brock's a couple years in. We're 10 years in now, so I think it's going to be a nice mix of conversation. We had the passionate teachers. We had students. We filled it immediately. We only took 100 students because that's all the space we had. We're in a county that the enrollment is dropping in our homeschool districts by an average of 2.5% a year. That is a big thing. And if for any of those folks that are on their school boards or involved in your school districts, everybody's worried about that in the state of Ohio, except for some of the high growth areas, which but we're a growth area that we have a lot of manufacturing, a lot of great things going, but we do have a decrease in students in our local partner districts. But that created a little bit of an opportunity with the shift, as Dan said, to more of a workforce development. You need more machinists, you need more aircraft mechanics, you need more nurses, and across the board, it made a very good opportunity for us to grow. And even in that declining enrollment, our enrollment has continued to increase over the years. STEM filled up. We probably would get, honestly, about 250 applicants, freshmen. We only take 100. We've limited it only because of space. We were very fortunate with people like Eastgate, Kathy Zook, helping us get some federal money on that side. We're very fortunate. We got $11.4 million to do a career tech expansion, which allowed for 120 more students to come to our 11th and 12th grade programs, which will free up space in our STEM school, which will allow more students access. We've went out to our partner districts, and as a career tech planning district lead, we're trying to help them instill programs in the middle grade programming to try to build that up. Out of our freshmen and sophomores, they have a choice to go back to their home school or come to us. You can see 99% of them came to us. We had one kid move out of the district, and so that's funny number. It's really 100%. But every kid that comes to our STEM school signs up for a career tech program, and that experiential learning. Very fortunate if you come to us a freshman or sophomore, you are going to get to visit every program. You're going to get to spend time with those teachers. You're going to get to go on field trips. And my freshman and sophomore teachers have become very good at following the lead of our junior senior teachers and having advisory committees that by a show of hands, just curious, does anybody serve on their local career tech advisory committees? I was just curious. Yep, there's some back there. It's a great thing. If you don't, I know you do. But if you don't do that, you're missing a great opportunity. If you're a business or a company, take advantage of that. Those are for me, that I work for them. Honestly, it's a little different view. We're a business. We run our career center like a business. We run our STEM school like a business, and that's our advisories. We ask them what to teach. We ask them what they want, and we give it to them. And therefore, we have over 250 advisory members that support us tremendously in our grant applications and everything we do. But yet, with great power comes great responsibility, because by the time they're a senior, those kids are ready to employ, enroll, or enlist. And we have, I think last year we had over 97% overall placement. They enrolled, employed, or enlist. I mean, that's what it's all about. So we're very excited to have that. Kind of jumping around because I lost my track of my slide, but I think the key thing, going back to what Dan says, is the passion for the students. That's it. It's a simple thing. If you find the passion for these kids, these young kids and young adults, and even in our post-secondary training, we retrain a lot of adults. We have an Aspire grant where we retrain a variety of people, but all of them put together, providing them opportunity to do their passion. And once you find that passion and find the teachers with the passion, it makes it a very good system. And to Dan's points, I love I'm a data geek, believe it or not. That's a goal for me, because being an aircraft mechanic, I'm probably right, left, north, south. And so everything's in the book. You follow the rules. And what's amazing is when they set those goals and you see their weaknesses, people look at it as a big picture. It's complex, but it's not. If we get people like you involved out there and we ask you what you want and you tell us, we're all pulling in the same direction. And you saw Julie Needs here a while ago. Most people would say in our area, in our region, what's this very special about our region? We're not competitors. We would be. We're both training the same thing. We both go after the same grants, but it's just not like that. It's like the kids in the backseat of your car. Think about it as you're a business. That business come to us and said, "Stop fighting. Listen, we don't care. Like, literally stop fighting amongst other. Give us the employees. All get together, or we're going to stop the car and throw you out." Literally we stop that. Probably several, and that's a hard thing to do. It takes some humility, it takes hard work and a lot of effort. But I hope that gives you a little spiel about our school, and I appreciate everyone's coming today.
Well, I feel really outclassed on this panel. I'm just a guy who loves his kids in his district, and have a passion for trying to figure out how to make lives better for all kids in Southern Ohio, especially. I just want to be a little bit better for my kids in my district. I'm in year 28, 22 years as administrator. I wouldn't recommend that. I didn't teach long enough. But, what I really want to talk about, and I think I'm here because we're doing something kind of different in Latham. Most of you probably have never heard of Latham. I know Stephanie is a graduate of Western. There's a few people here who have been to Latham, but not a whole lot. I came to 30 years ago this month. I was graduating from here. And as we were walking uptown a little bit ago, I was reminded that the first time I ever walked, I would have been considered middle class in Western Pike County. Poorest district in the state then and now. Median income, $33,400. 7.8% of our people have a college degree of any kind, including associates. That's total college degree. The first time, this is kind of embarrassing, the first time I ever walked across a crosswalk was when I was living on the South Green. I was headed over to Irvine for a class. I have a biology degree. And I'm thinking, why is everybody standing here? There's nothing coming. I mean, I'm 20 years old. Our family vacations were the Pike County Fair. And so I would have been considered, though, by most people to have been a regular kid, raised up pretty well. Parents worked, but I didn't know anything about life outside of Western Pike County. So my first time in the airport, I was 20. Thought that the walk-a-later was the biggest thing I'd ever seen. But I said all that to say this: we live in an area that's still very far behind the times as far as how our kids feel and how the exposure. So we have an exposure gap that we don't have a talent gap. So I call us a grit school. And so meaning we have bought into and sold our souls to the whole process behind grit, the assessment, the coaching, the everything that goes along with it. And so when Denise Reading first came to Southern Ohio, the first meeting, she said that Southern Ohio is viewed as a wasteland of an area that has no economic, we don't provide anything. We have great highways, about 32 and 23, and we're 45, 50 minutes from everywhere, but we're kind of viewed as we don't contribute to the state economy. Well, I wasn't offended. I was a little ticked off, but but I was ticked off because she wasn't wrong. Really. And so when her saying that made me, because she said we have all the talent, we have the people, we have the infrastructure, we just don't have exposure here. And so that became something I thought a lot about. But I think I'm only here for one reason. That was because my life changed on April the 7th, 2023, when I went to the funeral of one of my former students when I was high school principal who had died of a drug overdose. And went to her funeral, and I was in line waiting to pay my respects. And I looked around, and I saw, 12, 14, 15, I'm going to call them kids. They were 25 at the time, crying, hugging each other, consoling each other. And all I could think about was, I wonder which one to use next. And so I went and got my truck, drove. I was heading back to school, called my wife, and I said, listen, I can't do this anymore. We cannot continue to do school the way we've been doing school all these years. So Denise Reading happened to be coming down about that time. I was just sick over the whole thing. I felt a sense of guilt. I think I was a good high school principal. I think people would say I probably impacted kids positively, but I didn't do near what I could have if I knew then what I know now. So I told Denise, I said, listen, something has to change. We have to do something here. I said, if I would have done something different as her high school principal, would she have gotten on a different path? Would all these kids that I'm worried about get on a different path? And so it was a sense of guilt. So she said, well, we talked, we both cried, and she said, okay, what do you want to do about it? Now, any of you who know Denise Reading would not be shocked by her just looking at me and saying, what are you going to do about it? I said, well, I don't know. She said, well, you need to figure it out because it sounds to me like you got a big problem. So from that challenge is where we started the road towards career-connected learning. Because I decided that day with Denise, I was never, in that time frame, I was never going to wonder if we had given kids the opportunities to be successful, if we give them the opportunity to find their passion, to find what they're good at, to get into a career that they wanted to be a part of their life, not just something they go to, but something that they become. So we built a building with the GRIT project's help. We built the Western Community Development Center, and then from that point we built the Western Community Center. But when I go back a few steps, we had a meeting. At our school in late April 2023, and we invited businesses. And we said, we had a nice presentation, a nice meal. We said, tell us what you want us to produce. We want to be your source for workers, quality workers. You tell us what do you need us to do as a school, and we'll do it. So we got feedback after it was all over, and the basic answers were, when you put everything together, it all boiled down to be drug-free or pass the drug test, show up on time, be connected or be present mentally and be able to work with others. So we kept waiting. Okay, and what else? What else? Tell us, we'll do it. They're like, nope, that's it. What do you mean that's it? So from that, we created the Western Built program, which is a program starting in 7th grade. We now have K-6 STEAM, which is a huge thing in itself. But we started a program starting in 7th grade where every student is exposed to careers, not just a day or two here or there. We do career connections in junior high, middle school career discovery course. We do we bring speakers in and that kind of stuff, and then we've done the youth science assessment. We'll be using the GRIT pilot assessment next year, middle school. Every freshman takes a high school career discovery course. Then they all do the future plans assessment at the beginning of 10th grade. They do the future plans a soft skills course in 10th grade. So from the GRIT assessment on, it's all personalized learning from that point on. All the electives, we try to align with their assessment, with their strengths. 35% of our kids are a strong match to manufacturing. We didn't know that. Without the assessment, we would never know that. We would have no idea. Like they did their shows. No one's interested in it, but they all have an aptitude. They all have a strength in it. So we really believe our job is to bridge the gap between ability and interest and ability through exposure. Because if we don't, we're really that's why we're here. And so I don't even know what's up here, but I sent I wasn't sure what I even sent, but so this is kind of the idea of what we do. We have Western Built, but you'll see some of these as you go. If you go back and scan our QR code that's on the next slide maybe, and go to our Facebook page, we really try to populate that page with what we're doing. But we have created, and I could talk forever, but I can't. I want to, but I can't. We have pre-apprenticeship programs with East Central High ESC. We have 16 kids doing pre-apprenticeship programs. We have some kids that graduate with 30 CCP hours. Next year, we're starting 2 vocational programs, VOAG and business marketing. We have 53 kids working on site in our West LA program, which it's our student-ran ecosystem. So that was a challenge Denise Reading gave me after the first one was, how do you give these kids the things that they aren't exposed to, they don't know about? So we have created 6 student-ran businesses right now that we have in. Raise your hand if you've been to Latham. Okay, several. We have 6 student-ran businesses that have grossed right at $100,000 this year on our campus. We employ 53 students to work on our campus. We have paid out almost $40,000 to Western students to work in these 6 student-ran businesses. And when I say student-ran, I don't mean that means the students are running the business. Our coffee shop is 100% ran by students. They do the orders, they do the inventory, they do the scheduling, they do the work. We have a design shop, shirt design shop. We have a automotive detailing business. We have a grill. We have a media club. And so we are trying to give our kids the opportunities to learn these skills while they're in high school. And there's so much more. And if you go back and look at our site, our school website, you can find a lot of this stuff because I try to keep it up with it. I manage the website, by the way. I don't know how I ever got to do that, but I do. But we really believe that it's our job to expose these kids to things, to leadership, to skills they would not otherwise get. And so everything that we're doing, like Dan said a million times, is everything leads to JOB. And we know that because we're the poorest district in the state. And if we want to have a community worth living in, we want to have a community that for my grandkids, hopefully someday to live in, we have to do some things to make this place more conducive, to make our kids feel proud. Our kids wear T-shirts that say Latham against the world. And so we started out that way as a kind of a chip on your shoulder. But now we say, instead of Latham against the world, we want to say Latham changes the world. And, I say, we're a Cinderella story. We're doing some things that no one else is doing, only because we were challenged to do those things. And our kids have stepped up. And I said the other day in an interview that the only reason people watch, people who don't care one bit about NCAA basketball, they watch March Madness for one reason. They're always some people hardcore rooting for their own team. there's as many people rooting for a team they've never heard of. That's not supposed to beat anybody. The 16th seeds, that's who we all want to see get to the Sweet 16 as a 16th seed. Even if we don't know one player, can't even find them on the map, can't tell you what state they're in, we all want them to get there. And we may want our team to win in the end, but it's sure fun to watch the Cinderella stories unfold through the tournament. And that's what we are. And so that's what we look at. That's what we challenge our kids is we're not expected. You're not expected to come out of Western really and make a name for yourself. I don't believe that, but a lot of them believe it. So every time somebody does, we celebrate it. We encourage it. But, there's nothing better than the Cinderella story. Everybody loves it. And that's what we're really trying to be. We're trying to be the Cinderella story, but we're trying to elevate our kids, let them know, like for me, just because you never walked across a crosswalk until you're 20, which we're going to put some in it. We put one in the parking lot just so our kids don't say what I'm saying right now. And we didn't need it because there's not that much traffic, but there is a crosswalk there. And we're training them to use it. But we really want our kids to feel like, yeah, I know how to order at a coffee shop. I know how to order off of a menu. We have kids that have never been out of the state. And so we're wanting to expose this. Right now I have a group of kids at GE. Right now on a trip, I just got a text back from a teacher. This is life-changing for some of these kids. The interest is there. We have kids that we went to Kenworth last week. We're partnering with Vitruvian to do the MSSC 4.0 and United Steelworkers for our kids. We do OSHA. We do all kinds of stuff. And so I said all that to say this. I believe it's my responsibility. I have 4 years I retire. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go be a farmer. That's my aptitude, my interest. But this is my passion right now. And so as long as I'm in this position, my job is to elevate kids in Western Pike County and all over Southern Ohio. And hopefully every kid deserves to be elevated. And I want all you kids in all your districts. I want Southern Ohio to be the shining light for everywhere. I just want our school to be on the top of the tree. And there's the QR code if anybody wants to scan it.
So, Brock, one of the things you touched on is the fact that a lot of these students never been outside, right? Never been outside of Latham. How many students graduate in your region, and you guys probably know this, and stay in your region? Do you have a percentage?
Very high in our district. Mm-hmm. I mean, my two boys, one's a union lineman, one's a union laborer. And Lane, the oldest one, he drives and comes back every day. I mean, the majority of our kids don't leave. I mean, we have about 10 to 12% that will go to college. Every kid we have going to college this year is going to Shawnee. My daughter's going there on a volleyball scholarship. All her friends are going there. I mean, that's not typical, but this group of kids, they're all going to Shawnee. They're all staying home. And every kid has worked in West LA. Every kid has developed skills and hopefully we want them to stay.
That they can use in the businesses in your region, correct?
Yep.
And I know that we had a discussion before this as well. Before you started these programs, what was your attendance rate and what was your discipline rate? And how has that changed for both you and John?
I mean, we have right now the kids who work in West LA, which is 53 kids, we had 0 students fail a course. We have 0 students under AIT, under any type of attendance sanctions. We do not have one kid that works in West LA suspended this school year. And so the engagement level is very high. And I'll say we'll give one little quick story that kind of drives it all home, that I always want to include this. Last week, one of our seniors was the lead in our musical. They did Frozen. She was Elsa. And so she comes in Monday morning at the coffee shop. She's our operations manager. I said, Delaney, I figured you'd just stay home today because they were just gutted from working, killing themselves trying to get ready for this. She said, well, I was going to stay home today, but she said, but I couldn't find someone to cover my shift. She said, so I came in, getting everything opened up, getting everything started. Whenever somebody comes in, I'm going to go home because I'm tired. That's not typical 17-year-old behavior. I mean, I've got a lot of teachers who wouldn't have dared drug themselves to school for an hour to get lesson plans ready and go back home. But at 17 years old, she did. So that's what this program is developing.
Most of our students came originally to get into the Career Center because they wanted to get to the Career Center. Nothing about our partner schools, but as you know, kids get disenfranchised from their home schools for whatever reason, friends, whatever, family issues. So I can guarantee over 50% of our students, when we surveyed them, I can't tell you the exact number, but were coming because they were going somewhere and they were looking for something. They didn't have success in the middle school. They weren't highly successful in what they were doing. And so, to your point, these students were not headed in a very good direction. Very low the attendance rate. Was typically very poor. Most of them were on some type of disciplinary plan at their home school, that 50% of that population. And I would say the 50% said, I absolutely want to go to biotech. My dad's an aircraft mechanic. I want to get in there. There was a variety of that. But those stats to those students that came, they didn't leave, and that's to a credit to our teachers. When we had that 100, we have 100 finish unless they moved out of the district. I think last year we only had 2 students that didn't make it, didn't finish out the year. The rest of them, you know, if we did have kids, we had kids that obviously moved away, moved out of state or something. But
good. So do you think some of the programs have helped to retain students in your communities getting jobs with your local employers? Have you heard back from your employers?
Yes, our students stay local, surprisingly, because the Mahoning Valley is really growing. We've had several companies move into the area, and I've given the same speech. Actually, my principal's joke, but I like it because it's a good speech. I said, if you come here, when they come in as either 8th graders to the freshman year, or when the juniors come in or the sophomores come in for that orientation that don't know me and don't know our school, I said, if you come here, do what we ask you to do, and I guarantee you a job. Or if you want to go to the military, or if you want to go to college, you're going to have an opportunity. I've not had anybody come back and say, you know, and that's the kids joke with me by the time they're seniors, and most of them stay local, to your point, because there are such good opportunities. Unless they had a family move, I would say well over 90% stay.
So one question, did you have any pushback from your boards starting these programs?
No, my board was thrilled to death. I mean, we have a new board now. I have 4 new board members. I'm probably the only superintendent that has 4 former students on my board. I was their high school principal. I have a girl who graduated here behind me and 4 former students on my board, and they are wonderful. But no, I mean, from the beginning, when I told the board, I think our issue with our kids, we come from an area where I always remember this conversation I had with a high school senior when I was principal. She was missing a bunch of school, and I called her in the office. I was chewing her, which is that's what you did back then, ripping her butt about not coming to school, which now I probably think I probably wouldn't make her want to come. But anyway, so I said, you know, I was giving her all the reasons that she should come to school. I said, don't you want to have a new car someday? She stopped me. She said, whoa. I will never have a new car. I said, why? She said, you get a new car, you lose your job, you can't make the payment, your credit's ruined. And then where are you? I said, or you don't lose your job, you don't lose the car, and you pay it off and you drive it, you have a nice car. Well, in her mind, she never even considered that as an option. And so some of our kids won't try to go to college because they can all go free. When your median income is $33,000 your school, they can all go for free. And so our kids won't try it because it's too out of their comfort zone. What if my car doesn't make it? You know, what if I sign up and I'm halfway through and the car breaks down and my mom can't get me there, I can't get there. Well, so I'm just going to try it. It's just not worth the risk. Or I'll try later. Well, it's the same thing with good careers. They settle so much, but what we're really trying to do is get them integrated in something and get them involved in high school. I've never had anyone, I have always said, no one with hope for a better tomorrow will ever stick a needle on their arm for the first time. It's counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. Everything's going great. You're not going to do something that could end that all. And so our thought is get them involved working as students, get them earning money whenever they're freshmen and sophomores, get them CCP classes if that's what they want to do, get them a certificate, get them in, hook them up with manufacturing companies and do internships and job shadowing and all that stuff. If you do that, they're not just going to all of a sudden at 18 years old graduate and say, you know what, that was fun. I think I'll just go ahead and try to get on a welfare check the rest of my life. That doesn't happen that way. And my daughter thought she wanted to be a radiologist. She was trying to decide radiologist or exercise physiology. Well, so she did a pre-apprenticeship. So she went both places equal amount of time. She said, you know what? I've decided after exposure, I want to be an exercise physiologist. I'm glad I got to do that, Dad, now instead of a year into college.
To his point, that breaking the cycle, we see a lot in Appalachia of getting kids to see a vision of something bigger than themselves by, as you say, some of them never been out of state. Some of them never been out of state. We provide, I'm a big youth club fan. You've heard of them, Skills USA, HOSA, and a variety. All of our kids have to belong to these organizations, and they have to do, and they do volunteer work, and they help out. And, they're a little grumpy to begin with, but they get so much pride and passion in that. It shows them a little bigger world. It's a fine line because our employers like, hey, we want them here. My aviation students, and I call them my aviation because I guess, I got a tremendous aviation teacher. The industry is just tremendously booming. And not to be biased, but if you're getting your A&P license out of high school now, these jobs are between $70,000 and $100,000 a year. I got kids making $130,000, $140,000 after a year. The biggest problem, I had a mom tell me, you realize my son he went to Philadelphia to start, wants to come back, but he goes, they hired 3 students. She goes, they got an apartment. I have to go out there and wash their clothes. These are 18-year-old kids and so you start thinking about some of these maturity things. And so that made me think a little bit different. Why are we thinking that these kids can't be adults earlier? So we really push them to, take care of themselves. If you come to our school, the first time a junior parent comes in with me, and usually with me, if there's usually an issue, I'll tell, if they're coming to the superintendent, it's a little bigger issue. But I'll say, Mom, Dad, just sit outside. Let them handle it. And they'll go, but you're not going to talk to my... I go, yes, we are, because there's a placement. There's employee enrolled on the list. There's a 4th placement. It's in your basement on the couch. Is that the placement you want? It's not the placement you want. And I think parents just have and I think once they get that mindset and you get that buy-in, it's really cool. And I think that's probably what separates, and I'm sure you feel the same way. You try to get them to mature, to take care of themselves and move on.
What we tried to do at Western is we in our new building, our upperclassmen, they have the ability to have a badge, just like staff members, to be able to go in and out of the door. If they're working in West LA, we treat them like adults. We don't treat them, they're 17 and 18. We don't treat them like they're 7th graders. They have the ability to come and go. If their class is over, they're working on CCP, they can go out in the back in the lounge out back, and they can get a coffee. They can eat out there. They can do their work like they would be, because we are competing with colleges for kids. No one wants to say it, but we're competing with online high schools and online colleges. So we better figure out a way to make our kids want to stay with us, or we'll go broke. And so treat them like adults, respect them, trust them, and they'll step up. Rarely will they ever let you down if you treat them like adults.
And how have you funded these programs?
I'm a believer, and some people are going to look at me and say, I can't believe you said that, Superintendent, but I believe you can always find money to fund where your values lie. If your values lie in a good football program, you'll find a way to put turf on the field. I will guarantee you. If your values lie in career development, you'll find a way to make this happen. And so you can tell where your district's values lie by what they spend their money on. We created a K-6 STEM program. We hired a career development director. We're paying 53 kids to work, and they're paying themselves because these businesses pay. What school doesn't pay them, the businesses pay the kids. So GRIT funded the buildings for us that allows us to do some of this stuff. But we have spent our money where our heart is and where our mouth is, and not everybody does that. And shame on them for not doing it.
I switched gears a couple years ago because inherently I really enjoy being with the kids. It's fun going into lunch, and hanging out and I love going to the skills competitions, but I realize that's not my job. My job is to provide funding for those students. And I spend a tremendous amount of time finding money. With the legislators, as I said, and when we ran out of space, we have it's my duty to find a spot for 100 students, and there was a lot of pressure. We wrote the CT expansion. If you remember, the Lieutenant Governor, put out $200 million and another 100. We got the $100 million in equipment. We got the third largest in the state because we had a great plan. And one of the pieces is to everything with STEM, and everything we think about, and you heard today, is not what's happening today. I was getting a junior or a sophomore. What I teach them is going to be irrelevant if we don't think as educators what is going to be happening in 5 years. And sometimes that's a guess. You can't be afraid to lose. Like, literally, you're taking bets. When we developed our program 5 years ago for our CT expansion, it was an AI program with manufacturing, tied to manufacturing, where they did remote, where students would run machines remotely through robotics and automation. I went to a company here down in Columbus called Path Robotics, and this was when they were just in their inception. And I had very fortunate. I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. And some passionate people came along. We wrote that grant, and if you remember, it was December before anybody was talking about it, and they said, "Have you seen these algorithms they're writing for AI?" And somebody shared it, and it blew my mind. It was at a conference like this, and it was a real small presentation. And I said, my gosh, it's not, we took a gamble on it, but writing that, it paid off tremendously. And by the time it comes around, here we are 3 years later, it'll be opening up, and it's very well developed. And we're very fortunate to get that type of funding.
Well, that's one of the questions from the audience is how do you see AI for high school students? A tool, a resource, a threat?
It's funny you say that, because I went through the stages of AI, like many of you. When you first get ChatGPT or Gemini, you're like, hey, I overused it. I became 10% dumber because of it, I honestly believe. And they talk about the dumbing down of students about it. So we realize that it's here to stay. It's integrated in everything we do, from medical. I traveled to the Cleveland Clinic with a family member, and if you've been to the hospital, what do? You knew it was coming. They're gonna have it listen to you. They're gonna write your notes down. It makes that a little bit easier. So we have embraced it to the fact that we use it, we understand it, but we also, it's about educating when is the proper time and what to use it, and that's the key. So
then for Dan, for the GRIT at the local schools, including 7th grade, is that fully funded through GRIT or the school district, or a combination of both?
Yeah, to date, that has been fully funded. Our middle school pilot is a little bit different. So we did some design theory and some design thinking. We actually created that instrument with teachers in the field. So it's been used and developed in the classroom. Oddly enough, the foundation of that is also artificial intelligence. And to tie a couple things together, when you talk about breaking the cycle, we automatically put a picture of a kid. But I can tell you, nobody needs to break the cycle more than adults. Our expectations, our belief of what's possible, how we behave. We need to quit wanting things to be like they used to be, because guess what? We're preparing kids for something that won't look at all like it used to be. So whether it's AI or any of those things. So yes, we're fully funded to date. Obviously that game comes up every biennium budget, but we're just finishing up our 7th year of state funding. It's no longer something just for Appalachia. We're in Upper Arlington, we're in suburbs, we're in Delaware, we're in Worthington, we're in Northwest Ohio, we're in about 52 counties. When you think about what we're talking about, we now have 1/4 of Ohio school districts doing this work. It's not necessarily the exception. And when I see several faces, Lynn's right in front of me, I remember many of us went to Danville, Virginia, and we talked about the Institute of Advanced Learning and Research, preparing our kids for jobs. And I remember the director said, he got pushback from the Danville community because they said, you're just going to train our kids and they're going to leave. And he said, but what if we don't and they stay? Workforce 30 shows that 74.3% of people living in 32 Appalachian counties still live in the county in which they were born. So if I were thinking of a drawing card of bringing and attracting business to our area, it would be one, our workers are stayers. They're going to be here for the long haul. And oh, by the way, we know exactly who has the talent aligned with what you need. That's two pieces of strategy that we have that many don't have. And so hopefully, I think our return on investment with the GRID project and future plans, it kind of speaks for itself. We've doubled our Career Navigator project, which is coaches and advisors in the school. That's also reflected in a pending bill called Senate Bill 328, which looks to actually legislate what we refer to as our 5-step process. So again, we look forward and confident that this is going to continue to grow and become the norm, not the exception.
Great. We don't have time for all your questions. I apologize. But one of the other ones that's a part of my heart is, are students with different abilities considered in your programs?
Yeah, we have, at Western, we have kids of every level working, and we don't try to funnel them. It's not like that. I mean, when we were in school, when I was in school, if you had an IEP, you might have been pushing a broom. I mean, we don't like to talk about that, but that's how it was done for a long time. And so we really try to integrate all of our kids into these different businesses, even if they can't be, taking the money for something like that. They can still be a part of the coffee shop. And I don't mean cleaning that. I mean, they can be a part where they feel a part of it. One of our kids the other day said, he was interviewed, and they said, what makes this program special? And he said, if it wasn't for this program, he said, I'm not the same kind of kid as Foster. We're not the same. If it wasn't for this program, we would have maybe never been friends. Went to school together all those years, would have never been friends. He said, now we're best friends. The four of us are best friends, and we will be forever. But this kid came from a rough background, never had all the advantages of some of the other kids. And so that's what, and he had the ability, but he would have never felt like a part of that. And so, yeah, we try to integrate kids of varying abilities into each of these businesses. And some of them have excelled, and they want to do more. They feel good. They feel proud. They may not be great in class, but if they're the best auto detailer, or they're the one that does the final inspection on a car, they are just as valuable as the kid who just made straight, who just got all A's all year. And so that's a big part of our job, is to make them believe that, because I believe it.
Over 30% of our students are students with special needs. Over 50% are on free and reduced lunch. So we have a variety of, we have a very diverse population when it comes to those levels, and they thrive. I honestly think I go back to, I think once they find their passion, sometimes with math limitations and English or something that put them in that situation, but mechanically, or, whether it's biomed or whether it's arts, whatever it is, they've excelled.
That's awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. I truly appreciate your time today and look forward to you continuing this great work.
Thank you.
Hey, good to see you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Whew, I'll tell you what. Okay, so I'm married to a preacher, and his daddy was a preacher. And he used to say, if that doesn't light your fire, then your wood's wet. And I'm here to tell you, if that didn't light your fire, then your wood's wet. All right? That was power right there. So thank you so much. We really are just so unique, I believe, in this region, in that we are so rich in educational institutions, in workforce training providers who are really diligently aiming to bridge that workforce gap, and they are designing these employer-informed training programs, and all the while we have these employers who also are offering career immersion and exploration opportunities across generations. And we obviously have incredibly inspired and
impassioned educators and educational administrators who get it. So we're just so fortunate, so blessed. And I'll tell you what, folks, for 14 years, speaking of fortunate, for 14 years, we've been gathering here to celebrate what's possible in the region, and we're here to collaborate. We're here to strategize how we can turn possibilities into realities. And as we consider what's possible, what's next for the region, I have to borrow one of Dr. Brewster's comments that he said, and that was, what are we going to do about it? Okay, so here's the information. So what are we going to do about it? And recognizing that we're real people from real communities with real challenges, but still making real progress, I think that's what today's challenge and gathering really comes to be, and what is the pinnacle. That's what it's all about. Is, yes, this is a genuine sense of pride for all of us. We're all doing important work, but now it's time to challenge ourselves for, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do next? And what are we going to continue to do? So as we consider that, and as we wrap up, I for one, on behalf of the entire committee and just everyone involved in this incredible program, want to thank you for your passion, and thank you for your participation in the Appalachian Ohio State of the Region Conference Jobs That Last, but also just in the service that you do, the service that you provide every single day. I know that we're in thankless jobs. We're challenged all too frequently, but at the same time, we're here because we know we have a job to do. We have people to serve. We have things to get done, things that we're gonna get done. And so thank you for that. And just a few last minute pieces as we wrap up here. Number one, we would ask you to remember to complete the evaluation. There's going to be, here it is, right on cue, the QR code. We would ask you to scan that, if you would, please, to complete the evaluation. It's a summary evaluation of each of the programs and of the overall program of events from today. So please scan that, and then also the Voinovich School will send out a link as a reminder later this week. And then also, one final note, they've asked if we would be so kind to please return our name badges to the registration table on your way out so that we can repurpose those for future events. And then finally, we thank you again for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you next year for the 15th annual State of the Region event. And we would just wish you a blessed day and safe travels home. Thank you all.